Very, very good morning, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, and let's start things off with a bit of cat action. Bit of Embraer, bit of BAE systems, that's right. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. We're live at TED HQ. How are we all doing? How we're feeling? Did you all have a good weekend? Who went to an air show? Who didn't? Oh, hello. Who went to festivals? Who went to air shows? What did you get up to this weekend? Was it plane related? Oh, were you gardening? So runway 25 in use today, which means the winds have calmed down from the east. But now a bit warmer. A bit warmer on the older west side. Oh, hello. Look at this. Got a little bit of a punch to it, that wind, but let's turn around a little bit. Okay, now back to the Foons. Welcome to the show, ladies, gents and teddy bears. And we have Typhoons taxiing already. It's our number 12 squadron. And for those that are new to Coningsby and have been to air shows to see our Typhoon Display Team performance by Reheat, we have 5 squadrons here that operate the Typhoon FGR4. We'll talk to you all about it. Those that are been inspired over the weekend from air shows, we can tell you all about the Typhoon here. So 5 squadrons operate the Typhoon. We have 2 combat ready fighter squadrons, number 3 fighter and number 11 fighter squadron. Also got a training squadron as well called an operational conversion unit. That's number 29, Ted squadron. They are responsible for training the latest and greatest pilots with wings who have just qualified from RAF Valley, obtaining their advanced flying training, which we call wings. And if it's the Typhoon that their career path is leading to, then they will come here to train with 29 Squadron to hopefully successfully qualify and fly and operate the Typhoon FGR4. Next up, we got a joint Qatari Emirate Air Force and Royal Air Force Squadron, which are the 2 Typhoons taxiing now. That's number 12 Squadron. And lastly, we have number 41 Squadron, who are a test and evaluation squadron on the Typhoon's ordnance, equipment, software upgrades. Basically, a right to test drive all the latest and greatest tech that goes on the Typhoon, and they can evaluate it. Their HQ is actually at RAF Waddington. Also home to RAF Coningsby is an Avro Lancaster, a selection of Spitfires, 2 Hawker Hurricanes, 2 de Havilland Chipmunks and a Dakota C-47, and they are all part of the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. They've made Coningsby their home since 1976. Very good afternoon, good evening, good day, good morning, wherever you're watching from in the world. And Ted's looking mighty furry today. He's been to the bear dressers over the weekend. Ted, you're looking good, man. Loving the fur. So the local bear dressers in Lincolnshire, of course. Actually, Ted, where's your beret? Oh, I know. You wanted to show off your new hairstyle. There we go. Nice one, Teddy. That's our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. My name's Nikos. I'll be your cameraman and commentator today. So, 2 Typhoons from number 12 Squadron, who stood up in 2018 and started to operate at Coningsby in 2020. Lots of Typhoons starting up on the main ASP, that's Aircraft Servicing Platform. So Typhoons using runway 25 with number 12 Squadron just awaiting clearance for departure. And that is what? Really? Yeah. Oh God. Right, okay. Okay, wasn't expecting that. So I'm hoping it will clear through that. Oh, we got to gap it, right, okay. Really? You can see it? What a start this is going to be, right. Okay. The Typhoon's thrust to weight ratio is phenomenal. From just brake release to 8 seconds, it'll be rotated at speeds of around 185 miles per hour depending on a pilot. Rotate 50-60 degrees and then 22 seconds later it'll be supersonic. Oh, look at this! I'm talking about, the power of the Typhoon's performance with its thrust to weight ratio. So with its two Rolls-Royce EJ200 engines punching out 20,000 pounds of thrust each, giving it a total of 40,000 pounds of thrust with reheat, also known as afterburner. And the Typhoon's empty weight is about 24,250 pounds. So you do the maths there, you start sticking in some fuel, let's stick in 10,000 pounds of fuel, put some ordnance on there, and the thrust to weight ratio is still way below 1, which means it can actually accelerate vertically into its departure, or from its departure. Not many fighter jets or aircraft can do that. This can. So even fully loaded, fully fueled, it will stick just below 40,000 pounds of thrust, which is a 1-1 ratio, which is incredible. I mean, even some figures are pointing out at 22,000 pounds empty weight as well on the FGR4. That stands for Fighter, Ground Attack and Reconnaissance Roles. So the Eurofighter Typhoon is a swing role, a multi-role fighter, which can do the fighter combat, aerial combat role, a reconnaissance role, and also ground attack role, which proved itself during operations such as LME as well. Now the FGR4 is the Mark IV. It's not a tranche 4, don't get that confused like I did once before, but we only have up to a maximum of tranche 3 here on the airframes. We did have tranche 1 here before, but they are been phased out, or have been phased out. I've only seen the one here at the moment. I think it was ZJ950 or 920, I think it was. The RAF's Typhoon has been tuned to their specification and requirements. The maximum speed has actually been tuned down to Mach 1.8. That's 1.8 times the speed of sound. Now, standard it's Mach 2.0, twice the speed of sound. But don't be fooled, because adjusting things such as maximum speed can actually improve your acceleration and performance in that style. So the requirements from the Royal Air Force do not require Mach 2.0, so it's very easy to go supersonic in the Typhoon. Here we go. Capable of 9 Gs, of course, with its sophisticated G-suit to cope with that. 82% carbon composite. Now, it's not a stealth aircraft, but does have some stealth attributes. So it's got quite a low radar cross-section for a non-stealth aircraft. Left wing made in Italy, right wing Spain, both wings. Oh, is that the tanker? Let's have a look at it. The wings held on by 6 bolts, main fuselage made in Germany, and there are over 30 kilometers of cables and wires. There's our tanker from RAF Bryce Norton. There are certain aspects from Leonardo on the back of the Typhoon, part of the antenna on the rear. British components as well from Rolls-Royce and BAE Systems. engine, software, avionics. Got the Marconi ECR90, which inside the Typhoon's nose, oh yeah, that's where the attack happens. It's called BVR, Beyond Visual Range, and each aircraft is different. Each fighter has a different BVR. The Typhoon, very impressive, could lock onto other fighter jets 160 kilometers away, and larger aircraft 300 kilometers away. That's impressive. Could lock onto targets of about 20 to 30 and prioritize on about 6. 82% carbon composite, a very low metal profile. Also got the acrylic canopy, again the less metal. Makes the radar unsettle. There you go, that'll rhyme. The less metal, the radar starts to feel unsettled. Typhoon with its Delta Wing 4-plane configuration, made into an unstable airframe, and that's done for good reason, because it uses fly-by-wire. So that particular A300, sorry, the A330 Voyager, known as Vespina, that's got the Union flag livery all over it. Typhoon, flown with its 4 main computers, the fly-by-wire system. You can see just under the radome, just under the nose, the 4 ADPs, the aircraft data pitos, which send all the info, all the data to those computers, each line, shall we call it, line 1 to 4. So yeah, that was Zulu 336, known as Vespina. Right, here we go, another Foon departure coming up. Here we go. 0.4 to 1, which is outstanding, really. Squeezes, or shall we say, compresses air 26 times to what it was, which is outstanding. How are we all doing? Hope we're all good. Don't forget to do your pre-flight checklist. Don't forget to hit the like button and do support the channel by subscribing. And so you don't miss out on our latest and greatest live streams and videos, don't forget you can hit that notification bell button when you get a notification of when we are live, when we put a video up, which is daily, and of course our Sunday short session. It's not compulsory to wear shorts on Sunday short session, but if you want to get in the mood of things, go for it. You're watching the Ted Coningsby channel. We are live here at RAF Coningsby. Welcome to Bomber County. When the base was opened in November 1940, it was operating as a bomber station until 1969, when the Phantoms changed that. The arrival of number 6 Squadron with their Phantoms changed the role. And it wouldn't be fair to just judge it as Bomber County, because of course the county had over 30 Royal Flying Corps airfields to defend against the Zeppelin raids. RAF Coningsby entered the jet era in 1953 with the English Electric Canberra, serving as a medium bomber. Plenty of Typhoons look set for taxiing out very shortly. Oi, oi. Wonderful EJ200 engine. Says the nozzles there, they are hydraulics, they don't sweep like the Pratt & Whitney's F100 229 family. Just above the two nozzles in the middle, you got that sort of antenna, that nib as I call it. That's the missile approach warning antenna. A little bit like the EPAWS antenna, I guess. The survivability. There are plenty of defence on the Typhoon as well as attack mode. So just you follow that missile approach warning antenna. If you go all the way up, you've got almost like a tiny bit of well, that's the vent just before you get to the total tip. of the Typhoon's tail. That's the fuel vent. This is normal. It does happen even on startup for good reason, to prevent any airlock or any depressurization and starve the engine with fuel with negative G. That's why you'll see it vent out fuel. This is quite normal, and it usually happens on negative G maneuvers or on startups, or any pressure losses inside can actually start to vent out the fuel. If you follow it all the way up to the top of the tail, you can notice that the Typhoon's got a very different, sort of like a darker grey on the tail. That's another antenna. That's the ultra high frequency antenna. And if you follow from the top all the way down, almost got like some sort of exhaust. If you follow all the way down to the tail, go all the way down, it's got like a block there. That's the heat exchanger ram air exhaust, the heat exchanger ram air intake, sorry. Amazing. So just in the fuselage alone, you've got over 30 kilometers of cabling and wires. So if you thought behind the back of your TV is a nightmare, or behind your computer monitor and PC, try having 30 kilometers of it. So a very good morning to Dr. Aspen, Mark Moody, Mark Garwood. Mayhem Marshy, good morning to you. Mark Dudley, RSVP, Andrew C, Edward Coates, Angela Farley, Chris Bloxham. Hope we're all good. Big shout out to Steve from the Burger Van, oi oi, and Chris as well. Keeping things sweet and neat out in the Channel Islands. Alright, here we go, taxi time, here we go. Got two Typhoons, that's the markings of 29 Squadron. Look at it, what a beaut. We are in the official car park for plane spotting here at Coningsby, the official RAF Coningsby Spotters car park. Plenty of parking, although it can get full sometimes, and if it does, we always recommend to park it in the town. It's reasonable price as well. Again, I failed to find out the cost of it. I'll have to find out. Maybe I can find out online actually. But I think you get 2 hours free, and then I think it's about £2 for the rest of the day. But yeah, please don't park it outside. It is all double yellow lines. Think of safety, and certainly don't park it outside any crash gates or anything like that. We'll do our housekeeping very shortly as well. But yeah, the car park on certain days can get extremely full, and we always recommend for safety to park it in the town. And to get to this spot, I mean, there are various other places you can view, but I always recommend to park it in the town if the car park's full. To get to here is about 20 minutes. And if you are venturing off just across the road, please be mindful of the busy road as well, and please don't climb the fence or touch the fence. Rest your ladders on the fence. This will damage it, and certainly don't climb it. And the crash gate that I mentioned, this is what they look like. There are a few dotted around. Please, whatever you do not block your vehicle under no circumstance. They are used for emergency scenarios. They are clearly marked crash gate, and clearly marked to keep clear, so this is no circumstance do you park your vehicle there. There's also the red and white fence, and for your own safety, please do not stand at the red and white fence for your own safety. It's there for your production. Hey, you can see the fence there, you can stand there, just not literally adjacent to that, or stood, you know, on it basically. There are lights to control traffic as well, again for safety and not to put off the pilot as well. There are bins provided in the car park. They've got those heavy bins here, which is quite good. There's about 8 of them, 4 either side. Like I said, there's Steve's Burger Van, which usually here around sort of 8:30, 9 till about 1ish. There are no toilet facilities here, but there are toilet facilities in the car park in the town. Ooh. So Typhoons, 3 of them, runway 25, here we go. They're going to the ORP by the look of it. That's operational readiness. Something's up. Maybe they're waiting for another Typhoon. There's 4 of them now. Let's have a look. To allow this one to go first. using the ORP isn't always in use due to something negative happening. Could be just to allow this one to go first. Takeoffs and a good start with the performance takeoffs there of the Typhoons in the morning. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good. Let's have a look what we got here. So, we'll be getting this one prepped. I think there was a pilot on this one. Let's have a quick look. So the pilot will do the external checks. Checking the four planes. Checking the drop tanks. Just giving out an external view to make sure that they're happy as well. And then of course you'll see the pilot get in the aircraft, so they'll check all the connections there on the hard points, check the pylon, look for any loose ordnance leaks, and then the pilot will make his way up, or her up, make their way up on the steps to have a look at the back of the Typhoon and do check the back of the seat, check the back of the cockpit, do the ejection seat checks as well before removing the head-up display cover, which you'll see in just a sec. It's the AWC, Airfield Wildlife Control Unit. One of the many methods that they can use to control wildlife and birds. They use flares, they use different coloured flags, flare gun, rifle, pre-recorded sounds that you've just heard, the horn of the vehicle itself, anything that works basically. And it's a 24-hour 365, 24/7 365 base, as Coningsby is a QRA station, so they will be in operations every second of the day. Christmas, holidays, it's always checked. Coningsby is one of 2 QRA stations here in Britain. Coningsby is QRA South number 2, and we have one at RAF Lossiemouth, which is QRA station number 1 North. So very shortly we'll be seeing this start up. Pilots in. And notice the 4 planes at the front go into the upwards position, or level position shall we say better, as soon as it starts up. There's the nav light on next to the fuel vent at the top by the tail. And this looks like the Trans 1, one of the older airframes. As I mentioned this morning, ZJ950. I was very surprised to see this one actually. So this is probably the oldest one that's here that I can see. This is one of the originals. The first Typhoon to arrive here was in 2005. It was May the 19th. And it was number 17 Squadron who today operate as a test and evaluation squadron at Edwards Air Force Base in America on the F-35B. Speaking of 17, not forgetting our 17 Coningsby Air Cadets that are based here as well. Oi oi to them. Big shout out to all of our future gen. How are we all doing this morning? Hope we're all good. Hope you all had a good weekend. How was your weekend? What did you get up to? Let me go on the chats now, see how we're all doing, how we're all feeling. Margot, how you doing? Edward Coates, Keithy Boy, Mark Garwood, Julie Beard. Karen Glenn, oi oi to you. Tony Rivers. Now the problem is the weather this week is starting to deteriorate, so this may have an effect on the week. Just got to have fingers crossed for Sunday at Cosford, as we'll be officially broadcasting the air show. It is sold out, so for those that can't make it for that reason, we are set to bring you the show to wherever you're watching in the world. Oi, oi, big shout out to the Bowsers and the sweepers as well, and the FOD checks. Look at this. Wow. A couple of big beefy FOD machines coming this way. Big shout out to them. FOD check crew. Rod Hall, how you doing as well? Oi oi to you, hope you're well. Mark Moody. He's playing cricket. Nice one. Right, here we go, here's our start up. welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. How we doing? Hope we're all good. We have our Typhoon on startup, just a single one from 29 Squadron. So you would have seen the four planes leveled out, ready for taxiing. And we've got more Typhoons on the south side as well. Looks like they're going out now. Here we go. More departures already. Here we go. Look at this. Oh, nice. Extremely rapid. Brake release to 8 seconds. They are more than capable of. More than capable of rotating into a vertical 50-degree, 60-degree climb. departure coming up. This is one of the, so far the one that I've seen is probably the oldest Typhoon that's here. That's distinguished by the ZJ Zulu Juliet serial number. With the ZJ9s, they were the very first airframes, Tranche 1. Now they did have touchscreen, the computer diagnostics for the ground crew and engineers and avionics teams to have a look at. But the problem is, in this country, more times than often, we are usually quite a wet country, so having a touchscreen was actually not very practical. So that, I mean, it sounds great, doesn't it? How modern, touchscreen diagnostic screen, but the touchscreen was beginning to be a bit of a problem on wet days. So the next models up the Tranche 2 and 3 just had good old classic buttons. I mean, to be honest, even a mobile phone, the touchscreens on there, they can be a nightmare in the rain. So there we go. That's where that's from. So we've already had 2 performance takeoffs cut short by the clouds, but they did look quite effective in and out of the clouds really quickly. But then obviously the clouds got the better of it. Now wouldn't be a bad time to do one now. There is a bit of a break in the sky. Oh, morning, all right. I'm okay for a minute, but I'll have one later. Thank you very much. It's very kind of you. Thank you. Oh, actually, go on then. I'll have a coffee. You've twisted me. Yeah? Yeah, 2 in white. White and 2. Yeah, go on. I fancy a coffee, I know. You know when you just need that extra... It's a bit like super unleaded. I need a bit more octane. Thank you. Fancy a coffee. Do you ever get that? Do you ever feel sometimes you just think, I need a coffee? You just need that little boost, you know what I mean? Right, here we go. Right, I'm just about to check ADSB as well, see what else we got. See what else we got nearby. Dr. Soda, oi oi to you. AD Causa, Claire Lennon, Karen Glenn, how we all doing? Hope we're all good. Mayhem Marshy, Aspen, what up? Okay, there's our Typhoon. One of the things I do like to see beside the almost broke out into a song. Say something that really does excite me is to look at other countries' displays of the same aircraft. So the Italian Aeronautica Militare, I love to see what they've got, and of course the Luftwaffe's display at RIAT. I love seeing what they have. I love it, and that's what it's all about, seeing what other air forces can do with the same aircraft. That really does, that for me, I always get a kick out of that, because I think there's only so much you can do. There's only so much you can do on a single aircraft. Here we go. And yeah, so that's actually bizarrely what I'm looking forward to at RIAT this year. I'm actually looking at seeing what other countries have to offer. Even when there's like 2 different country of F-18s, I like to see what each one can do. I love it. It's great. Send it. Here we go. Those intakes will be moving its cowlings. 4 planes offer a great system and work complementary with the Delta wing. Sorry, 1 second, excuse me for a moment. Thank you. That's very kind of you, thank you.
You do a brilliant job.
Thank you very much. Yes. Yeah, thank you so much, girls, thank you. Needed a bit of caffeine actually. I mean, I love my tea, but now and again I just need a little, you know, just need that extra super unleaded, you know?
You've been busy, haven't you, in the last
Oh, you know how it is.
Very good. No, I love all.
Thank you. Yeah, just literally a few minutes over an hour, that's it. Yeah, the earlier you go, the less traffic. You know, it's not bad. It's quite a nice drive, there's lovely little drive. Okay. Right, let's talk food. You alright, Chris? Yeah.
Good.
Hopefully we get the. I don't know if the Lank's coming back today, or if it is back already. I don't know if it came back.
I know they're just about to take off exercise.
Yeah. Okay. Nice.
Thanks.
Yeah. Never say never here. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Here's our phone. You'll notice it's got markings that you may not be familiar with. These are number 17 Squadron, who brought the Typhoon, the first delivery by number 17 Squadron. And do take note when I mention about the squadron markings. These are lovely little ziggy zaggies. Why not? And this leads me on to my sort of theory that I believe that the X's on 29 Squadron are no more than just delicious patterns. Yeah, I know. So there we go, here's our Typhoon, and like I mentioned before, it's not a stealth aircraft, but it does have some stealth attributes. It is a fly-by-wire, and it's got its beautiful 4 planes here which move in sync. They don't move individually, they do move in sync. And let's have a little look at the Typhoon. Let's have a look at its design. Let's start at the nose here. Like I mentioned, the ECR90 developed by Marconi. In here, this is where the attack mode happens, or here, slightly different color grey as well to protect it because of the sensors and antennas that goes on in there. They have thought about painting it, but you could affect the antenna's performance. In here, the captor can lock onto targets 160 kilometers away, which is absolutely impressive. Oh yeah, it can lock onto larger aircraft 300 kilometers away, lock onto about 20 to 30 and prioritize on about 6 of those in there. So that's fantastic. And with its carbon, mainly all carbon composite, about 82 to 85%, including the acrylic canopy. Let's see, acrylic is also posh. Left wing made in Italy, right wing made in Spain. These are held on by 6 bolts. The main fuselage here, made in Germany, has around 30 kilometers of cable and wiring. That's a lot. That is a lot. Oh yeah, indeed. Now, you may notice some of the Typhoons have a little bump here and a little bump here. All right, these are your tranche free. This is how you can tell that's the latest and greatest models of Typhoon airframe. They're tranche free, and those are actually for connecting conformal fuel tanks. A bit like the F-15E Strike Eagle has the conformal fuel tanks that hug the sides of the fuselage. All right. So we've also got components, of course, other components. We've got Leonardo, again Italy. We've also got BAE Systems, avionics, engines from Rolls-Royce, which sits just the last 1/5 of the fuselage, which is quite small but quite powerful at the same time. So it is a lightweight aircraft. Let's have a little look at some of the features that the Typhoon has. Just under here, of course, these are not on my model here. You've got 4 little triangles, and 2 are covered with one cover and two are covered with another red cover, which you see sometimes. We haven't got Typhoon facing us parked up. These little metal triangles, they're called the aircraft data pitos. They send all the information. Why for? Because there's 4 main computers which actually keep this airborne. Another name, or shall we say it's better known as fly-by-wire. Because of the unstable airframe, unstable airframe that they've designed, they thought they'd let the computer do the hard work. So the 4 planes control the angle of attack, pitch, can also use as a speed brake as well. The air intakes here have special cowlings which open and close, which basically manage how much air can go in there. But we've mentioned before the dangers of what's called boundary layer. Having intakes under here can create a bit of an issue with a higher radar cross section. For those interested in the radar cross section of a Typhoon, it's about 1/2 meter squared, which, you know, for a non-stealth aircraft, that's actually quite impressive. So to combat this, the Typhoon has what's called an S-duct. Probably better to turn it this way. Now the engines are sat up here. All right, that's a long tube of air going in. But the reason for the S-duct, so it's shaped like a letter S, is that if you were to look dead on into the intakes, normally you'd expect to see the fan, the compressor blades, which give off heat from those engines. That's what radar likes. The problem is for radar, well, they're sat up here. You can't see them because it's an S-duct. So if you hide your compressor blades or the view of the very start of your engine where heat's created, well, you're not going to be able to detect that. So that's pretty cool. The other dangers of having intakes are boundary layer. We've said, and I've done this many times, the experiment of pouring water over basically circular objects. Air sticks. This is how aerodynamics works. I'll have to show you my little diagram I've done of the Typhoon's aerodynamics in red and blue for different pressures, but different pressures are created if you don't deal with them. Now, you've all seen, I'm going to mention it again, I mean, we've all been there. If you've had an XR3, I know Steve's got an XR3 RS, we've all whacked on, you know, let's have a look at the Subaru Impreza with the massive Evo spoiler. There's a reason for that. It creates drag, pushes the aircraft down. Drag in aviation slows aircraft down, creates pressure. So this is what happens here. The problem is that scooping in the air is fine, but if you've got a drag going on here, it's going to create a low pressure, which causes problems. So what you do, you get a splitter. Now, you may have put a Demon Tweak splitter on the front of your Corsa B or your Vauxhall Nova or your Citroen Saxo in the past. There's a reason for splitters in Formula One. It's again, you know, I won't go into too much detail, but if you didn't have this, okay, you will then get 2 different pressures hitting that fan. Okay, what happens is that air sticks, just like I showed you by pouring water on my flask. Now normally you'd expect if you poured water on this Typhoon, it would just splash and it would be nice and dry here. Wrong. Air is fluid, and what happens, it actually sticks. Now in aerodynamics, you're going to get a build-up of drag here and different pressure. So if you've got normal air pressure going in here, and then you're going to get low pressure, you're going to get 2 different levels of pressures of air hitting the front of your engine, which will cause it to get damaged and cause it to have all sorts of issues. So to get around that, you put a splitter, a boundary layer that's called, by the way. So they've got a diverter, a splitter, if you like, a boundary layer bridge splitter. A splitter bridge, all right, and that is what this is for. The F-35 managed to get around having this splitter by having a different design, having this sort of like, there's a little bulge that goes there. They actually trialed that on the F-16, so that's what that splitter does. Now on the actual Typhoon, it's actually got drilled holes here. I don't know whether it's for weight saving or whether it does something to the aerodynamics of that as well. All right, the Typhoon's got about 13 hard points, so whack on the latest and greatest ordnance. Blue tack is not compulsory to have. Let's have a look what else we got here. This little pylon here, that's your decoy antenna. When I first started doing this, I actually thought that it would actually be a blow-up Typhoon and it'll be on a lanyard. No, it's more like it looks like a radar antenna sort of thing that's connected to a lanyard to confuse radar. Now, dating back from World War II, if you're familiar with what's called window, we've got a chaff dispenser here, bits of metal. Now, there are missiles that are heat-seeking, and there's ones that lock onto. If you are not having a heat-seeking one, then you can use chaff dispensers. In World War II, they used to call them window, and there were various forms of chaff. There's bits of metal which can fuse radar lock-ons. Also, you've got your flares as well for heat-seeking missiles, and you've got 3 drop tanks that you can have, one in the middle, on the center, and 2 either side underneath each wing. What else we got here? You've also got a ram intake here. It's an instrument cooling system. You can't really see it on here very well. On the nib, do you remember that nib? I've got to stick one on here, this little thing. It's a missile tap warning antenna here. So that will let the pilot know that there's danger. Of course, we've got a fuel vent here, which vents fuel on negative G. So when you see a negative G maneuver performed, it will vent fuel out of it. Again, if you didn't do that, you're going to create problems by having potentially starvation of fuel to the engines, which will cause a problem. So it vents it out to stop that sort of airlock and depressurization. So yeah, Typhoon can only go inverted on full reheats for about 10 seconds, otherwise you risk emptying one of the fuel tanks. The Typhoon does actually have a horn. When the canopy closes and opens, it can actually activate the horn. That's the safety. Meep, meep. The Typhoon also has other defensive methods as well. Now, I know a lot of people, when they see the Typhoon start to spin, they then go, oh look, it corkscrews. Think about it in a defensive way. If you are just going in a straight line and spinning, what good is that in a defensive mode? If you start corkscrewing, it makes it harder to get locked onto or get shot. So that's why the Typhoon naturally starts to corkscrew. I believe it's complemented by the foreplanes. Anyway, everyone's okay over there. That's right, it's outside the base. So there we go, it's just a little, just a few things that I can mention about the Typhoon just really quickly. That's your heat exchanger ram air intake here. What else have we got here? The BK-27 Mauser cannon is 6 here. You can also use it for storage if you're going on a transit flight, a bit of luggage. But do be warned not to put any aerosol cans in there because it's not pressurized, and toothpaste can explode. So be careful in there if you are on a trip. But if you're new in the Typhoon world, they probably won't tell you, and you get to your destination and you have toothpaste, aerosol cans, all in emotional condition. Oh, just kidding. So you may be wondering, the call sign Riot. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? So, hope you enjoyed Nafe's first ever display. His call sign, of course, is Reheat. And when they transit, the call sign is Riot. If you see call sign Riot, it is the Typhoon display pilot and potentially the spare. They can use Riot 1 and Riot 2, and that's what I'm just wondering, does Riot actually stand for something? Does the letter T mean transit? Royal Air Force in operational transit, maybe? But I'll tell you what, when we had, for those, actually, let's go back to the Gina. For those that remember Gina, this was before my time, Gina. It wasn't that long ago, but does anyone remember the call sign Riot then? Let me know in the comments, because I thought Riot was another call sign for transiting when Anarchy 1 was in use, because I thought Anarchy, Riot, I thought that suited it, but they've continued it with Turbo and Riot, so I'm wondering if it actually means it's an abbreviation for. I wonder if it means something. Could it be Royal Air Force in Operational Transit? No idea. But I actually thought it was to do with Anarchy 1. Do you remember that call sign? The legendary call sign Anarchy 1. We love that call sign. But that's why I thought Riot suited that. But then they kept it for Turbo, and then now they've kept it for Reheat. So I'm wondering if it's an abbreviation for something. Maybe T means operation, OT, maybe that bit means operational transit. Could be, no idea, but I'll have to ask the question. Leave it with me. I'll ask my good friend Nath. So ask him, maybe he can tell me. But like I said, I actually thought Riot was suited a transit flight. So Riot is the call sign they use when they're transiting. That's the Typhoon Display Team. They will have a reserve or a spare jet as well, and that'll take Riot 1 or Riot 2. So yeah, so there'll be Riot 1 and Riot 2. That's how call signs go. They'll have a number. They need to have a different number to the call sign for, of course, for air and space purposes. What's that over there? That is something non-foon like is approaching. Oh, is that the D2? Is that the diamond? Is that the calibrator? Let's have a look. Oh, I hope it is. This is interesting. It looks like a DA2 diamond, and depending on the call sign calibrator, this is quite exciting. Well, if it is or isn't, a calibrating aircraft is very, very interesting to watch. So you've got lots of landing lights around the base, such as the PAR, the TACAN, and of course the ILS, and this helps calibrate it. See, after a while things need tuning in, just like your guitar, except this is more of an expensive method to tune that in. It looks like a beefed up Prefect if it is the DA2. Oh, I hope it is. That'll be so cool, because it is quite interesting to watch it do the patterns. But it's this aircraft that usually carries out calibrating. I'm not saying this one is specifically the one, but this is the type of aircraft that they do use to calibrate in the Royal Air Force or military stations or military airfields. There we go. Cool. If it had the call sign calibrator, that would be so good. I've just got the, it didn't look like it had the call sign. So, Golf Oscar Tango Sierra Tango. Okay, here we go. 2 more departures. Yep, 2 more. Now for those eagle-eyed, just beyond the canopy of this Typhoon under the hangar, it is an English electric Lightning. No, it was never based here, but the 2 squadrons, number 11 and 29, were both operating the English electric Lightning. Let's have a bit more of this coffee, that's better. Woken up now. Yeah. Nice, wouldn't it, if we get something? Be good. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. We're live here at RAF Coningsby. Oh yeah. So we are expecting the arrival of Squadron Leader Nathan Scheuer, this year's Typhoon display pilot, along with the spare aircraft as well. As we admire what we have today. Of course, the very first aircraft to operate here was in February 1941, and the base, the airfield, was designated to number 5 Group Bomber Command, and the very first aircraft to operate here was indeed the Handley Page Hampden bomber. This is what we had here first in 1941, with number 106 Squadron being the very first resident. So this, the very first aircraft, had a crew of 4, length of 53 feet 7 inches, that's 16.33 meters, wingspan at 69 foot 2 inches, that's 21.8 meters. That's almost double the wingspan of a Typhoon, so you could say 2 Typhoons put together could almost make up a Hampden. And empty weight of around 12,700 pounds, and was powered by 2 Bristol Pegasus Mark 18. They were 9-cylinder radial piston engines, rated at about 1,000 horsepower. There was another variant, but you couldn't really tell. The only way you could tell was probably the cowlings for the different engines. There was the Napier engines, and the aircraft was actually designated as the Handley Page Hereford, of all things. At a max speed of 247, it had the criteria that was met at the time, with the cruise speed of 206 miles per hour, with a range of 1,720 miles, and could carry the 4,000 pound bomb load. Of course, the Blenheim, quite similar to this as well, could also take an 18-inch torpedo or mines instead. So this was the very first aircraft to operate with 106 Squadron, the Handley Page Hampden. It was also known as the Flying Suitcase, or the Flying Tadpole. Had a couple of nicknames, and that's because one of the specifications I didn't tell you is this very, very thin fuselage was just 3 feet. That's 1 meter. That's it. So hence the Flying Suitcase. The foldable seat to get the pilot in there would cause problems should the pilot get injured or worse. So it was very difficult to try and get the pilot out, and to have someone that was able to operate the aircraft should things go wrong. But this was our very first one, the Handley Page Hampden. And then if we look at today, from what we have today, from 1941 to, of course, to 2005 when the Typhoon arrived. Amazing how technology, aircraft has changed through time. So it did have a fixed gun, forward firing, had the 303s that they used quite a lot. It's a 7.7mm, and another 3 Vickers K machine guns on the nose, as well as the dorsal or ventral position, so they could have added an extra couple of machine guns to it. Stuart Jobling, how you doing? Good to see you on here. Mark Garwood, MC Mark, Margot, Blocks, Aspen, Anonymous, Edward Coates, how we all doing? Hannah as well. Not Captain Weber. Meth. Hope we're all good. So in just a couple of minutes now we should see Riot 1 and Riot 2 arriving. And of course don't forget to hit the like button and do subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. We're very close to 95k as well, which is a colossal amount for the little channel. A few Typhoons making their way back. Also got Wolf Flight. I believe that could have been our first two that took off in style today. Two performance takeoffs first thing in the morning. Always goes well with your breakfast. Also got Warlord's Flight as well heading back. So plenty of Typhoons heading back now. So Riot 1 and 2 could be heading out towards the Wash and turn in over Wayne Fleet into Spilsby. Could be going down that route. Let's have a look. It's a very happy reverse warning, isn't it? Very exciting. Here we go. Two ship inbound. Warlords 1 and 2. entering the circuit now. First two. Coming up. that was Squadron Leader Nathan Shore there with the air brake, I'm sure. Doing lots of circuits, that's good. Braking, look at this. Aerodynamic braking at its finest. Look at this, turning that undercarriage, pushing all that weight down from underneath, creating a lot of drag to use aerodynamics to assist in braking rather than using the braking systems. A bit like turning the undercarriage into a huge parachute. Four planes in the downward position to create more drag, assist the aircraft to slow down. always good to welcome them back from their displays. It really is just a nice feeling to welcome them back, knowing that they've put smiles on thousands of people's faces. It's always a nice feeling to welcome them back from their air shows and festivals, and looking forward to many more. Hopefully all things fingers crossed for the weather for Cosford on Sunday, which has now had its 50,000 sellout. Oi, oi. Love it. I hope you're all good, ladies, gents and teddy bears. We could be seeing Lossy 6-8. It's looking good, it's very close. It's turning in on long finals by the look of it over Spilsby and East Kirkby. Let's have a look if it does that. Paul Hennings, how you doing, man? Thanks for the Hawk. I've worked out what it is. Thank you very much for the Hawk model. I'll build that up. Well, it looks like we do have Lossy 6-8 on its way. Gunfighter 2-1 not too far behind either. And if you enjoy military aviation, don't forget to support our channel by subscribing. It is free, and you can marry that up with the notification bell button so you don't miss out on the latest and greatest videos and live streams, of course. I think this is Lossy 6-8 on initial by the look of it. to see them in completely clean configuration.
When I saw it up there and you couldn't.
Show to land, and this is from RAF Lossiemouth, another Typhoon station and another QRA station. That one fighter squadron markings. It is indeed. One fighter, of course, based at RAF Lossiemouth. Those are the markings for it. You'd be right in saying that that's on the Harrier Gate Guard at Wittering as well, those markings. here at Coningsby. Hope you're enjoying the show.
Any more coming in?
Probably.
Yeah?
Probably.
My first time here.
Oh, enjoy. Oh, enjoy it. Have fun. It's good. Thank you very much. Let's have a look, see what we got. You're right, yeah? Good. Yeah, nice one. Thank you very much. Yeah, enjoy.
I've got my own setup.
Oh, you tuned in. Nice one. Thank you.
I've got my camera and
Oh, nice one.
tripod
Oh, well, enjoy.
and- How many you got?
A TED special. Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Good. Good. Well, enjoy. There should be another wave later on, so I couldn't tell you. Couldn't tell you. You just got to just sit back, relax, and wait. Yeah, probably do that now. Probably a good idea. But I don't want to say go because you never know. No. There was a full ship on that side. I don't know if they've come back.
I think they were they not the four that came in together?
No, this is a different port.
nothing on-
They're not on there.
Okay.
They're from that side. And they're not on there, so I'm assuming there's another four somewhere.
The thing is, there's been so many just come back. What's that one for?
Yeah,
I've lost
true.
count.
I haven't seen many taxi that way though. Have
No,
you seen
I've
any?
not.
Oh, so
Not
there is
one.
still four out there.
Yeah.
There should be four.
I think it's one.
Probably doing that then. I think this side are all back.
Yeah, Tarzan's still out there, so I imagine they're with him.
I reckon.
Alright though.
Yeah, it's been good. I mean, those two PTOs at the beginning was cool. You can't get a better
Again,
start.
it was what?
Oh, I couldn't believe it when you said that. I was like, already?
No,
Yeah, nice.
Makes it worthwhile. mate.
Oh, absolutely. Right, let's change the batteries. So I reckon, well, hopefully it'll come back as a four ship.
That's what I've just been trying to learn. Yes, that's what it's so bright.
What lens is it?
It's 100, 400.
Okay.
So it's micro.
So it's double.
So it's 8. But the thing is, now I've got too much of it. So when they're here, I'm like, lost it.
Oh yeah, because that would act as what, 200?
800.
Oh, but if you zoom out.
Oh, out, yeah, it'll
Yeah.
be 200.
Oh, that's
But
really
the
good.
thing is, zooming out, and then I'm pointing there,
Yeah.
it's already there. It's great. That's what
That's
I'm
good, good little lens that then.
It's alright.
When I have mine on laughing with the gate, I always used to have. Cool. Yeah, go 2 o'clock. Yeah. Good Monday. Always used to have good Monday. Tuesday was a bit. Wednesday good. Thursday bit. Friday good.
I'm trying to see if I can see the length of the road. I don't know if it's back or not.
Yeah. I remember last year it stayed somewhere, but that might have been south.
then it had
Southend,
got,
Southend.
So quite a way. Yeah, it was Southend.
It stayed there because it had a fly pass to do in that sort of area. Here we go. Well, I hope you enjoyed the morning's action from RAF Coningsby. It's been good. I'm feeling there's still a few more out, but not 100% sure, of course, because when they all start coming back at the same time, you do lose track. It's like a baker's dozen. You just think, what's going on here? Well, I've got an extra one. It's like the there's a stone circle set of 3 out on Bodmin Moor, and apparently if you count them loads of times, you get a different number every time. It's probably like that. It's called the Hurlers, if you're interested. Maybe people have gone before on Bodmin Moor. It's a set of 3. Set of 3 rings on Bodmin Moor called the Hurlers. Myth has it that if you try to count them, you'll get a different number every time. There we go. Bit like here. You lose count.
Someone in the old chat that landed last night. So
Oh,
it's
did
back
it?
in.
Oh, okay then. Fair enough. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, live here at RAF Coningsby. Hope we're all good. This is Ted's home, of course, naturally, where it all began. And thank you very much, everyone, for the support this morning. Thank you very much. As it continues, Lilo, Doublefly, High Five, and a Paw Pump. Thank you very much for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. Guards March. Alan Burden, thank you very much for reaching a 2-year milestone as a member with the channel. Thank you very much, Guards March. Wee Stevie Boy, High Five, thank you very much for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Thank you. Margot, thank you very much for the super sticker, Guards March. And Wee Stevie Boy as well, thank you very much for the super sticker. That looks tasty. Paul M. Hennings, thank you very much for your 21-month membership with the channel. Wow, amazing. TCS, Ted Coningsby, Nikos, Claire Bear and Spannerflight mods, oi oi, and thank you. Wee Stevie Boy, thank you very much. Guards March, thank you for the super sticker. Mark Garwood, Vulcan Spitfire, welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. High Five, Guards March. DJ Sonic Sense, High Five, Guards March, thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Keithy Boy, thank you very much. Congratulations on your 6-month milestone. 6 months, time flies. Matthew Coleman, I hope I pronounced that right. Matthews Holman, High Five, welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Guards March. Davey H, thanks for 10 months membership. Wow, 10 months already. Glad to be a part of the family. Guards March. Rod Hall, thank you for your 20 months membership as well. Guards March. Oi oi, good morning to all the TCS family. AD Causer as well, reaching a 12-month milestone. Thanks Ted, Nikos and Spannerflight. Brilliant TCS. Guards March. Terry Butler, thank you very much for the super chat. Guards March. And another Guards March for Terry Butler for a second super chat. Hi Ted, currently 2 Typhoons down in Exeter. Should be heading back to please, of course, which we did, and we welcomed them back. Terry Butler, another Guards March, thank you very much, who's kept us updated regarding the Typhoons. Thank you very much, Guards March. And thank you to all of you, and if you aren't generous enough to give us a super chat or a super sticker or even gift a membership or even take out Ted Coningsby membership, we will treat you to a Guards March shout out from our squirrel leader Ted Coningsby. Right, I'm just going to have a tactical cup of tea, be right back. popped up now.
Okay, I'm just literally checking. Yeah, I see.
Can you see it now, north of that tanker?
Yeah. We're on page 21. Start.
Hi, how you going? All right.
Come and say hello. We watch your YouTube all the time.
Thank you. How you
Yeah,
doing?
yeah.
Okay.
How's it going?
Good. All good.
The display one, do you think that'll? No, it's just come back from things.
That's
down
right.
south, is it back though now? Come back.
Yeah, he's back with the spare jet.
Yeah. Well, Lancaster, we had it, we tracked it last night. And
Oh, right,
we
yeah.
managed to get it just in time to see it. Didn't
Oh,
we?
nice.
The
Well, that's-
pilot come, you know, the fence.
yeah.
Pilot fence.
Oh, nice one. That's all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good up there, that bench at the bench. Yeah, all good.
Here all day or here all?
Yeah, about that around 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do go, yeah. Just, we'll go this year. So. Oh, it's brilliant. Yeah, it's really good. Okay, nice.
Where do you stay?
Yeah, just staying one of the campsites.
Hampden would be a one.
Yes.
Is that where you normally go? No, I'll leave you to it.
Enjoy. See you in a bit. Ah, that's what I wanted to get. That's the fin.
Well, we were here. Tell you what, you need to get some 10 branded chairs.
You never know. Watch this
One
space.
day.
The pocket chair could be out. Sorry about the delay. I seem to have lost a piece of Lancaster, as you do. So my Lancaster needs a bit of TLC. I might have to get the other one. And Alistair Goodwin, thank you very much for that. That is just incredible. Oi, oi! Will Trans Limited, always keeping us entertained. Thank you very much. And Alistair Goodwin, thank you very much. And I've just seen the 20 Ted Coningsby memberships that have been gifted by yourself. Thank you so much. That is incredible. And that is amazing. And you know, gifting memberships is really special in its own right, you know, because not only are you're giving something, but you're giving something to someone else, 20 in this case. So Alistair Goodwin, a high five, a paw pump and a salute from our squadron leader Ted Coningsby and all of us at the Ted Coningsby channel, and of course a Guards March for gifting 20 Ted Coningsby memberships. Thank you so much for that. That is amazing. Now, before I give you all the history and the details of RAF Coningsby's amazing history, just wait for these Typhoons to return. Should be another 4. Oi, oi! Bowser teammate, you doing? So yeah, aircraft are refueled immediately or straight away. And the reason for this is to cut down on the risk of condensation building up in the tanks. It allows the aircraft to be ready for the next sortie as well. So 2 factors, one for a safety aspect and secondly a more productive way. So the aircraft is ready to go out and refueled, and of course it does stop the build-up of condensation. Jet 1 fuel, oil-based fuel, so it does not give up a vapour, unlike avgas, which, like petrol, is a spirit-based fuel which does give off a vapour which is extremely flammable. So this is the reasons why they do this.
Where's your cow news?
The Typhoon is around, if I remember correctly, about 7,600 kilos. I remember 8 tons I think it was something like 8 tons or 7,600 kilos of fuel. Trying to give you both and trying to convert them off the top of my head isn't always accurate. The primary sensor on the Typhoon is the E-scan. There's a full suite of air-to-air and air-to-surface modes. The capacious aperture of the Eurofighter Typhoon allows the installation of E-scans optimized and repositional array, whose field of regard is something of what 50% wider than traditional fixed plate systems. This wide field of regard offers the significant benefits in both air-to-air and air-to-surface engagements, and of course, given the large power and aperture available, provides the Typhoon pilot with much more enhanced angular coverage compared to fixed plate systems, and that's the Typhoon's E-scan system. It's got Pirate infrared sensor, multifunctional digital information distribution system. I suppose that's a bit like the DAS of the F-35, defensive aid subsystem, and IFF as well. The multi-tracking system on the Typhoon, called the Pirate system, which stands for Passive Infrared Airborne Tracking Equipment, or Pirate, allows simultaneous detection and tracking of multiple and maneuvering targets for its passive sensors. The multifunctional digital information distribution system, or MIDS, allows the aircraft to securely exchange real-time data between a wide variety of users, including air forces and, where appropriate, land and naval forces as well. It's got a high speed, high capacity, secure and jam resistant as well with that, so very protected, and it's also able to share and receive information from others using in their network. A bit like a Hive network system, that really.
I think there's 2 coming in, Nikos.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you very much anyway. Last time when I met you at Laker Heath, you told me about Nook car park.
Oh yes.
Yeah, we went down in a great spot.
Yeah, it was good, wasn't it? Yeah.
With the K35.
Yeah, it was good. It's nice there, isn't it? Let's have a look what we've got. We've got Rampage and another set as well. Cool. Here we go. Here's our Typhoon. Free Fighter Squadron aircraft, or at least flown by Free Fighter Squadron. That's probably a more precise way of saying that. Free Fighter, renowned to be the very first to fly heavier than air aircraft. This has a lot of links from where they were founded. It started off as a Royal Flying Corps, one of the original squadrons, number 2 they started out as, until a name change to number 3. There's a lot of history with this, and don't forget Royal Air Force was established on the 1st of April 1918, but before then, one of the original squadrons, number 3, said had a bit of a name change from number 2. They started life out very close to Stonehenge Aerodrome. There was an aerodrome at Stonehenge. Started life out as one of the originals at Lark Hill. And their relation to mythology and prehistory, and history as well, and historical context, actually live on in their markings and their squadron crest as well, which we'll talk about. Although we don't have the number 3 squadron markings on here, unfortunately, for me to explain. Oh, I know what I could do. Tell you what, if you hang on a minute, I've got my squadron crest book, Squadrons 1 to 100, written by Ken and Mark Every. Volume 2 is out as well, which I've got. Thank you very much to you guys for that. Yeah, let me go and get it for you. This is the here it is. This is their squadron crest. You can see the cockatrice. It's a bit like an angry chucken, cross between a dragon, and it stood. You can see this plinth, this pedestal monolith. But look at this. Does that look any? Does that look like somewhere potentially Stonehenge? Right? Remember what we said about where they were founded? Near Stonehenge. So there's links between mythology, history and prehistory. So the Stonehenge, close to where they were formed at Lark Hill as number 2 aeroplane squadron, but of course that changed to number 3. But because they flew the very first aircraft heavier than air, well, according to mythology, although this is under debate, but anyway, we'll go with it. The cockatrice was apparently, I believe in mythology, to be the very first creature to fly. So if we put that into context, number 3 being the very first squadron to fly heavier than air aircraft. But there were no witnesses between Pegasus and the cockatrice, because the cockatrice had the power to turn its victims into stone, so there were no witnesses, because I'm sure Pegasus has got something to say about that. But there we go. So the reason for although at first you may think this could be Roman numerals, it's a sort of like a version of Stonehenge, and it applies here. So this is their creature of comfort on there. So the monolith, literally, as it even says here, the prehistoric monument Stonehenge. So the cockatrice represents the early days of flying. So that's the link between the creature, Stonehenge, and number 3 squadron. So that's pretty cool, pretty interesting. So thanks to Ken Delve and Mark Every for that. That's the RAF Heraldry Squadrons Volume 1, 1 to 100. Pretty cool, isn't it? And they formed as early, are you ready for this? They formed all the way at Lark Hill on the 13th of May 1912. But they were, first of all, like I said, as number 2 aeroplane company, and it was of the Air Battalion Royal Engineers, but eventually they had a name change to number 3 Squadron.
I have seen
Today they're of course a Typhoon Squadron, a fighter squadron.
all these electric lights.
So Marcel van der Berg has asked about the third shall be the first. So that's because they were the first to fly heavier than air aircraft. That's why their motto is third shall be the first. We had lighter than air aircraft with balloons, etc., like the Zeppelin. I'm pretty sure there's a few more out, but I may be wrong. Oh yeah, there is as well. So that's why they've got that motto. So a lot of the history is very, very interesting. I mean, even the markings of 29 is an interesting one as well. There's 29 Squadron now. This version of you know, triple X as well. But you know me, I do like to study, and I've come to my own conclusions. There's a few stories linked with it, and I'm not saying my version is completely true, but I've got a book about it as well. But you know, the triple X, at first we may think it's Roman numerals, but 3 X's don't make 29, right? So what's that about? So, but since the 1920s, 29 Squadron have been flying. Since the late 1920s, 29 Squadron were flying the Siskins, which featured 3 X's on their fuselage. Now, when flying the Bulldog, however, there were only 2 X's. So what's going on there? And for me personally, I have been reading books, sourcing pictures, and I've sourced a picture of a Hawker Demon K3976 from 1935, and again it featured just the 2 X's. In the 1950s, when operating the Gloucester Meteor, they reverted back to 3 X's. There is a traditional story, which it is good, I do like it, but I am now thinking, well, what's going on with the 2 X's and then you went to 3? So the tradition is, of course, the markings, if they were Roman numerals, they should be XX1X. That makes 29 in Roman numerals, but there is a belief among the current squadron personnel that this originated as a misspelling of the Roman numerals. It is believed that they were given the instructions to the painters, or the designers, shall we say, or those painting the Roman numerals on, to put 2 X's in front of the roundel and 1 X behind it. Alright, meaning XX roundel and 1X. Instead, it was misunderstood and misinterpreted to put 1X after the roundel. So the one doing the painting put XX and another X. The instructions were to put XX and 1X. But I get why they made that mistake if this is true. They put an XX and put another X. But they meant put a 1 and an X to make 29. So it stayed with this story ever since. There's even another story about the extra strong mints as well. But since discovering the Bulldog and the Demon having just the 2 X's, for me personally, I believe they are not meant to be Roman numerals. And they're you know, if you look at number 2, if you look at number 17 Squadron, if you look at number 6 squadron as well. So let's have a look here. We've got zigzags. Yeah, we've got all these little shapes and zigzags here, look, going on. RAF Coningsby's got XXX, Roundel XXX. Yeah. If you look at number 6 squadron, again, zigzags going on. For me, I believe I'm going to go with it. This is just my sort of theory, that they're just shapes, I think. He says. So number 2 as well, if you look at number 2 squadron, they have triangles, 2 white triangles. Number 17, the wavy lines. 6 has wavy lines. There's, is it 25? They've got like yellow and green squares as a design. You know, it's just my thoughts. It's just my thoughts. Only because, like I said, the Bulldog and the Demon had 2 X's. So what's going on there? There was a belief to say that there were, once upon a time, on their earlier aircraft, they had 4 X's. I could not find that at all. I couldn't find it. Not saying it's not true, just couldn't source it myself. I like to have a look at these things, because if that's true, then it really does clarify it's just shaped. There is another squadron, flying the Gloucester Gladiator, is X's all over the top of the wing. Again, shapes seem to be the thing during those times, so I'm going to go with that. Good question by Adrian Anderson. I just literally just caught a glimpse of, turn my phone off. How does the Typhoon pilot get chosen, Nikos? Adrian Anderson, a very, very good question, and I do have the answer. They've actually got next year's. Usually they're that advanced. How are we doing? My name's Nikos, cameraman and commentator. They usually have one already for next year already. And they already had NAF a year before that, so it wouldn't surprise me if they've already got one ready for next year. Okay, so the Typhoon display pilot is chosen through 29 Squadron. It wasn't always like this. I think it was number 6 at RAF Lossiemouth. They did have, they were supplying the Typhoon display pilots from number 6, but it's changed. I don't know how many years it's been 29, but it's as easy, all right, as this. If you want to become a Typhoon display pilot, you've got to be a 29 Squadron pilot, and just A4 piece of paper. You need to write down why you think you will be good at being a Typhoon display pilot. It's as simple as applying like that. You write down on an A4 piece of paper why you feel you should be the next or be a future Typhoon display pilot. You submit that, and there you go. It will go into a short list of around 4 pilots, I think it is, if I remember. Gosh, this is really good question. You're really testing me to remember from a couple of years ago, a conversation that I had. So be shortlisted. I think they have, I can't remember if they go into sim work between a short list of 4, but they are shortlisted, and then if they are successful as being the one, they got one more thing to do, and that's to have a meeting with the warrant officer here, which I guess it's quite scary. So it's as easy as that. You 29 Squadron, and you write down why you feel you are potentially and should be the next Typhoon display pilot. That's as easy as that. There we go. Good question, well done, love it. If you've got any questions about Coningsby and the Typhoon itself, how it works, just to throw in a question. I'm going to go on the chats now. Okay. Just keeping my eye on the Typhoon now quickly, actually, before I get stuck into the next question.
Yeah, that's what he said, yeah.
Here we go, low approach. Nicely done. Beautiful. Well, what a great first wave today. Absolutely incredible, isn't it?
You see the glider, the A40C, that's where Jim was put.
Okay, just have a quick look, see if we've got anything else in the vicinity. Chaos 1-4 has just appeared as well now. I'm pretty sure there is a 4 ship somewhere. There was a 4 that departed, unless they've split into 2 and 2. So Chaos and a Rampage flight. Let's see what Chaos is doing before I go into full extent of the history of RAF Coningsby. We'll see where that's going to go. It's just heading into heading for Immingham. So just yeah, we'll see what this is going to do. But I'm pretty sure I'm expecting a 4 ship somewhere, you know. There was 4 that took off, but whether or not there was actually 2 different call signs, Rampage and Chaos, that I couldn't answer. So we shall see. Hiya, you alright?
Yep.
Good.
What's all the time? Got to be at the base. Thank you.
No worries.
Yeah, right what you do. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Are you going up to Cranwell tomorrow?
Yes.
Yeah, I've seen it's on 2 days, isn't it?
Yeah, well, if they do tomorrow, then they won't do it on Wednesday,
No,
so...
weather permitting.
Yeah, it's extremely windy tomorrow, so...
Is it?
Yeah, that won't affect the fly past,
No.
but it may affect operations for Cranwell, but we'll see.
I saw your last one.
Yeah, it was good, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
Well
really
done.
good. So yeah, I'll do Cranwell tomorrow. And then,
Well done what you're doing anyway.
thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm always watching you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, this could be going on a little jolly, this one somewhere, after being refueled by the look of it.
seen that a few times. Nice walking.
Thank you. Right, just double check where our Typhoon has gone. There's Chaos Flight, which has now disappeared at the minute. Hang on. You know how these things are. I think we've got time to just give you a little bit more history of Coningsby. Yeah, I've got some, for those that know, I like to get stuck in the history of Coningsby and other various places that I go to, constantly learning. I put a little post yesterday regarding what I've been up to and learning with the history. It is actually fascinating, isn't it? It really is. It really is some amazing stuff. Oh, nice, nice, nice. Got some lovely, lovely vehicles just pulled into the car park. US Army ones. You might even see them behind me. You might even see them behind me. There we go. Let me just move this a little bit back. There you go. That's better, isn't it? Yeah, you might see them. Oh, cool, cool, cool. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good. So, looks like our Typhoon is doing low-level stuff, I reckon. But there we go. How we doing? Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. My name's Nick Oss. I'm your cameraman and commentator. I hope you're well and enjoying the show so far. It's been a good day, isn't it? 2 performance takeoffs in the morning, followed by our return of Squadron Leader Nathan Scheuer. This year's 2025 Typhoon display pilot. And welcome to RAF Coningsby, ladies, gents, teddy bears, and of course renowned to becoming the title as Bomber County. But this is England's largest county during the Second World War, was nicknamed Bomber County, and there were as many as 46 military airfields, with an average of 7 miles from airfield to airfield in just this one county. Again, England's second largest county, and that's quite impressive to know that between 7 miles there is another airfield. And well, we only have to go that way about 5 miles and we've got Woodhall Spa, which is quite, you know, that's close. And then you've got Donelm Lodge, you've got you haven't got Cranwell that far, and then you've got Buxton Heath, you've got Wickenby, and so many. You had Spilsby as well, not to forget in those Metheringham. You had so many, average of 7 miles apart, and that's just 46 military airfields in the one county, which is amazing. So that's where it's got its reputation from becoming Bomber County. But before that, it was home to several airfields to defend the country, or at least the county, against Zeppelin raids during the First World War. So you've got to look at it in another way. Before the expansion program that was put into place after the First World War, between the interwar period, there was a pre-war expansion program, which we'll talk about in just a sec. But it was, you know, we're looking at 300 military airfields stood at the end of the First World War, and just to give you the figures, by 1924 there were just 27, so that's quite a massive reduction. But then if you think about it, you know, what it was the first of its kind. So we know there could have been. I mean, you only need to look at classical history. What about the Trojan War, eh? that was pretty much almost like a world war, wasn't it, at that time? But hey, that's ancient Greek history there, which we'll talk about that on another time. But there we go. But like I said, from 300 military airfields to 27, that's quite impressive number to even think of the reduction. But you know, I you know, after reading lots of books about the First World War and the Second, it's like, you know, what do we then prepare ourselves? You know, was there threat? And there were signs, and luckily the signs were there for the Air Ministry to pick up, to then bring out the pre-war expansion program with the likes of RAF Mildenhall, being built in 1934. Obviously the potential continental threat did loom, and luckily they did. We're talking about 5 years before the Second World War actually started. That's when RAF Mildenhall. So around the 30s we started to see lots more airfields put into an expansion program and redeveloped. Okay, so many of the airfields were recalled for expansion, and by 1935 military airfields began to rise again, and the threat of another war was sadly a reality. In 1936, Bomber Command formed, along with Fighter Command and Coastal Command too. Now, grass runways were, you know, were the main parts of the run, as in the airfield selection, as in what material. I mean, grass runways, of course, suited what aircraft we had at the time. The thing is, though, they do have another benefit. Grass runways, they were excellent for fighters if the airfield came under attack. So if you've got a designated piece of runway, I'll show you. In fact, Coningsby does have a grass runway marked, which we have seen used. See these two orange markers on the ground there? That's the marker for the grass runway, which I've seen used as practice. Now, just imagine that was your main runway, okay, your only runway. Imagine that came under attack. Well, the thinking was there's going to be a piece of grass, piece of land that you can use it as a runway, and that's true. Which is why grass runways were not only quick to, you know, to maintain in that respect, but if they did come under attack, your designated runway, there was going to be a stretch of land that a Spitfire or a Hurricane could definitely use to take off from. So that's one benefit. But of course they did look into, obviously, the drainage. They didn't just pick anywhere. They had to think of the location, the drainage. Was it good at you know, was it bad at retaining the drenched land that we, you know, that can happen? Was it waterlogged? Were there obstructions? Were there hills in the area? Where there's I think in Yelverton in Dartmoor, RAF Harrowby had that Yelverton rock, which did pose a problem. And also the village itself, they were a 2-tier. They were told they had to get rid of one of the tiers, so because they were too tall. RAF Harrowby, which is in effect the whole village of Yelverton. I've got to remember, because it sounds close to Yeovilton, and there's a reason for that. That's why they named it RAF Harrowby, not Yelverton, because it sounded like Yeovilton. So that's the reason why they called it RAF Harrowby. So it's quite interesting in that respect. And also they thought the actual place was strategic, but the main problem was actually the houses there, so they got rid of one of the tiers. So, you know, like I said, light bombers were also suited to grass runways, but you know, the need for hardened concrete runways was imminent when the likes of the Lancaster and heavy bombers were introduced. Class A runways, which was in the triangular configuration, were introduced as a requirement of airfields being built after December 1940. And Coningsby actually had a satellite station, Woodhall Spa. So when Coningsby's Lancasters were introduced, they actually didn't use them from here. They actually used them, their squadrons would go to RAF Woodhall Spa, which was the satellite to Coningsby. So plans to build Coningsby began in 1937, and it was on the 4th of November 1940. It was ready to operate with its grass runway and operated as number 5 Group Bomber Command Station. The first residents to arrive at Coningsby was on the 23rd of February 1941, and it was 106 Squadron. Now, on their markings on their Hampdens, which is what they brought with them, was Zulu November. Now, their first mission, and Coningsby's first ever mission, happened on the night of the 1st into the 2nd of March 1941, when 5 of Coningsby's Hampdens of 106 Squadron took part in a mission in a raid over Hamburg. They had no losses, but the following night of completing their first mission, 106 Squadron took for the skies again for their next mission. So this was into the night of the 3rd into the 4th of March. But the Coningsby and the squadron suffered a loss. X3002 failed to return, and it was the first loss of Coningsby, the first loss of the base, with all 4 sadly being killed in combat. On the 15th of March, 106 Squadron were joined by 97 Squadron equipped with the Avro Manchester. Now, we've spoken about this many times, the unreliability of the Manchester and the aircraft being grounded several times. 106 Squadron were usually on their own. Now, if I just show you the Hampden really quickly. So this was our Hampden. Could carry 4,000 pounds. This was the first aircraft, and we spoke about this many times. It is the crew of 4, able to carry 4,000 pound bomb load or an 18-inch torpedo or mine. So, but the problem is with its little 1,000 horsepower engines, it's what we had at the time. They were upgrading, and Roy Chadwick and his men were creating what was the beginning of the legacy of the Lancaster, and it was the Avro Manchester. Now, there was a bit of a problem with the Manchester. So not only have you got the perils of going into the battlefield in a bomber, you've also got the aircraft to worry about, and it really did have some teething issues, major ones as well, that it didn't even see the end of the war at all. In fact, it ceased operations in 1942, but then you could look at it in a different way, which I'll explain. So you may notice it looks a bit like a Lancaster. Well, Roy Chadwick and his men at Avro did pretty well, because this was the beginning of the legendary Avro Lancaster. You could see that design, it was already there, okay? Now, the first Mark 1A actually had a 3rd central tail, all right? This was the Avro Manchester Mark 1. Then the Mark 1A, they got rid of it. They got rid of the central tail, so it looked a bit like this. Doesn't it just look like a Lancaster? Almost, except it was a twin-engine bomber. And it was built on the specification of, just to remember off the top of my head, B1336, I think it was, 1936 specification. When they got rid of the centre tail, they extended this by an extra 3 meters. Okay, so it's almost looking like a Lancaster. Don't worry, because I'll explain. The problems were the engines. I mean, on paper they were amazing. They were the Rolls-Royce Vulture engines. They produced 1760 horsepower. I mean, the specifications were amazing. All right, it was had it had a pretty good service ceiling of 5,850 meters. They had the cruising speed of 298 kilometers an hour, max speed at 426 kilometers an hour. So it was doing all right, and loaded could take up to total fully loaded for 25,000. So it had the 14,000 pound or thereabouts, 12,000 pound of bomb load. So it was doing pretty well there. It was doing pretty good. However, the engines were the problem, and I'll explain why. So the problems were that the engine, shall we say, wasn't quite ready. It didn't really produce that amount of horsepower because there was issues with it. When the Manchesters went out into operation, the ball bearings inside would actually heat up and catch fire. It usually happened after the raid, all right? So things would get too hot, they'd heat up. So as a bomber, as a successful bomber, from what it could do was fine. The engines failed it, but it did lead on to something beautiful because it was grounded several times. 97 Squadron couldn't operate, so it was 106 Squadron on their own. In fact, 106 Squadron were converting to the Manchesters at a point, but they resided into using the Hampdens because they were more reliable. April the 10th and 11th, it was in 1941, 106 Squadron was sent on a small-scale raid onto Dusseldorf. 2 more Hampdens were lost by night fighters. The 8 men lay side by side in a Dutch cemetery where they were lost. So 15th of March, 106 Squadron were joined by 97, who were equipped with the Avro Manchester. Now, like I said, however, the unreliability of that Manchester left 106 on their own. 106 Squadron were beginning to get the reputation of having the highest losses of Hampden squadrons in the Royal Air Force. So, with the regular grounding of the Manchesters, both squadrons in the end just basically reverted to using Hampdens in the end. So 10th to the 11th, 1941, a disaster for Coningsby. 8 men lost, and 106 Squadron lost a total of 15 aircraft now, and that was tragic. And in August 1941, Hampden AE 193, piloted by Sergeant Leon, was heading home from a raid on Duisburg, and when disaster struck, as both Olympus Pegasus engines failed whilst 40 miles out over the North Sea, near the island of Texel, Netherlands. Leon managed to land the Hampden on the sea, and all 4 crew escaped, and they scrambled into the life-saving dinghy, and then they just watched their Hampden just slowly sink. But their lives were saved. But what they had to endure next was something remarkable. The first 2 days, no one's seen them. No one's seen them at all. There were planes going past and boats going past, but they just didn't get a visual. They were shouting, nothing. They made their makeshift paddles and a sail on their dinghy. The first 2 days was treacherous rain, and then the next day was completely the opposite. They were baking to death in the heat of the sea. So rescue never came, and during the rough seas and heavy pouring rain and sharpness of the cold, imagine being on that dinghy in that sharp cold and then frozen at night. And then, like I said, the opposite happened the next day with the blazing sun dehydrating them. They tried desperately to paddle using their parachute harnesses and making their flying jackets into makeshift sails. Aircraft did fly above them, they just never seen. Losing consciousness and being dizzy, dehydrated, they then kind of woke up on the seashore. They were living on raw shellfish, but they were dehydrated because they couldn't get any fresh water. But they were spotted by fishermen and were handed over to the German officials. The crew did receive medical treatment and eventually became prisoners of war. Now, 97 Squadron were having a better time with their Manchesters. On the 8th to the 9th of April 1941, 97 Squadron took to the skies in their new aircraft on a night raid for the largest raid of the war by Bomber Command on Kiel. But the Manchester was to have a series of accidents, and there was even a crash here. I'll have to locate that for you, whereabouts it was. There was a crash here on takeoff, and many of these aircraft were responsible of losing their men to it as well. So homeward bound, they'd always give like a radio signal to say, engine 1, trouble, engine 2, not quite right either. So it was quite common for the Manchesters to start suffering on the way back as well. On the 20th of October 1941, Hampden AD Alpha Delta 768 was on a raid to Karlsruhe near Frankfurt, and it was piloted by Sergeant Newby, and it departed here at night at 1800 hours. So it was quite dark by then. The raid was about to get called off for bad weather. Newby was just 5 minutes away, and they were recalled. To his frustration, but the skies cleared, he decided to press on. He pressed on with his Olympus Pegasus-powered Hampdens. He saw the clearance. He let go of his 4,000-pound bob load and hit the target. On the way back, he was met with ME-110s. They were under attack. The Hampden was badly damaged, and their navigation system completely wiped out. They got over the sea, over the English Channel, and they kind of lost where they were, and disaster struck as engine 1 was catching fire and engine 2 completely cut out. They now had no engines, but they believed to be over land. And when they landed, and this is one thing that I didn't know about, don't forget they had a crew of 4. When they bailed, the Hampden crashed, but they did survive in this boggy terrain on a wet, cold 3 a.m. and they landed in Ireland. And what I didn't think about at that time is that Ireland was a neutral country, so they were interned and spent the rest of the war for the next 3 years or so. I believe they were released in 1944. They spent, you know, pretty much the most of the war in Ireland in internment. So that was their story. So 4 of Coningsby's men, one of them was Canadian. It actually made it to the news in Canada that, you know, Ireland being neutral had their men there. And yeah, it was interesting because I also found out that Germans and British were trying to escape and help each other get a Spitfire that was stuck in the bog. They were trying to escape and helping each other trying to escape. So very interesting. You know, the likes of Sweden, what else was there? Switzerland, and I can't remember if Norway was neutral at one point, but there we go, that's another story. So with all the issues that the Manchester was having, 106 Squadron were actually started to convert to them as well in early 1942. Now, by February 1942, Coningsby Satellite Station RAF Woodhall Spa was complete with the hardened runways. Don't forget, by any new airfields from December 1940 were going to be built with hardened Class A configured runways. That's your Class A, so you got your long main runway anywhere between 6,000 and to 10,000 feet with the 2 subsidiary ones in a Class A. Reason for the Class A, 2 reasons. Aircraft have been designed to take off into the wind, right? This gives you 6 directions of travel, eliminating the prospect of, you know, really harsh crosswinds. But also, if your runway was damaged due to wear and tear or actually was under attack, you've still got options there. So the Avro Lancaster was actually operating at Woodhall Spa. So it was actually Coningsby's satellite station. So grass runways weren't really adequate or suitable, shall we say, for the Lancaster. So they were basically operating them from Woodhall Spa. So a new type of aircraft required the crew to be trained on it. They're going from twin-engine Manchesters or twin-engine Hampdens to a 4-engine bomber. And now 97 actually formed a heavy conversion flight at RAF Coningsby, and a second heavy conversion unit formed for 106 Squadron to train them on the Lancasters. So they could operate here operationally, but also train as a heavy conversion unit over Woodhall Spa. So the squadron actually split, which was not uncommon because some B flights, for example, actually formed another squadron. Eventually 97 Squadron moved to Woodhall Spa. Now, during bad weather, aircraft were being used from Woodhall Spa as well instead of Coningsby because boggy, soggy grass runways weren't really suitable. Soon Coningsby was about to be upgraded. 106 Squadron didn't have the best start in the Manchesters with the missions being aborted, but they did get their first sortie in their new aircraft on the 20th of March 1942. Warrant Officer Merrill successfully planted the mines off Kiel. In 1942, 106 Squadron was to have a new wing commander here. Aged to 23, he became Wing Commander Guy Gibson, probably heard of him, and he took command of the squadron, increasing the morale of the squadron. Though he was the youngest squadron, he was the youngest wing commander of Bomber Command, and Gibson got himself back into flying. He didn't mind that. There were nicknames. They kind of had a bit of, I think they called him, I forgot his nickname. They gave him a bit of a nickname, but they also thought he was a bit of a glory hunter. There's a lot you can read about Guy Gibson. Some are good, some are not too good people. I think it's the fact that, hey, who's this? Because anyone 30 and onwards were nicknamed Grandad back in those days. So, you know, we're talking about men as 18, 19, you know, lying just to get in sometimes, being 21. That was deemed as quite old. Being 23, but then again 23 for becoming a wing commander. That was quite special. That was quite rare. But he nevertheless, of all the what you read, he got himself back into flying. He was recognised for his 18 night sorties. 6 of those were consecutive. He had 4 aerial victories with 29 fighter squadron who he was with before, and the squadron was improved, and the performance was noted by analysts of 5 Bomber Command and the Air Ministry. Now I believe this is probably, with that record, probably what gave him the chance for him to be the commander of Squadron X. 30th of May 1942, Coningsby's aircraft took part in the 1000 bomber raid over Cologne, which were 3 night bombing raids against German cities. Eventually, in mid-1942, 106 Squadron took their last mission at Coningsby before moving to Syerston, while Coningsby was closing to upgrade its grass runways to the new Hampden Class A runway. On its final mission with a raid over Bremen, 3 of their aircraft failed to return. The transformation to the new runways meant that flying ceased for nearly a year, which was from September 1942 to August 1943. But during this time, Number 5 Group Training School and Number 5 Group G Equipment School, and even Bomber Command's Field Cookery School took residence and made up, basically used the facilities while they were having the runways upgraded. And 106 Squadron eventually moved to RAF Metheringham, so do visit the Metheringham Airfield Heritage Centre as well, and they moved over there with their Lancasters. In the spring of 1943, first to use the new runways were 1514 Beam Approach Training Flight. They brought with them the Avro Anson and the Oxford. They're quite similar, and it was the Beacon Approach Training or Beacon Approach Beam System, I think. Beam Approach Beacon System. Do you know what? I've totally forgot it, but the BABS. I think it's Beacon or Beam. There you go. Beam Approach Beacon System, BABS. It helps the pilots land in poor visibility using a beam approach system. So it's quite similar to the ILS. It would send a beam down the runway, and if the pilot got like a constant beam, then they were fine. If it was segregated, or shall we say split into sections, the beam, if it was broken, the beam, then they knew they weren't quite on the centre line. So it was a bit like an early ILS. Now on the 25th of March 1943, Coningsby was back in Bomber Command operations, and the famous 617 Squadron arrived with their Lancasters. 617 did fly many raids from Coningsby and eventually swapped with 619 in January 1944, and this is why Petwood Hotel in Woodhall Spa was home to the officers of 619 and then eventually 617, hence the connection there. And RAF Scampton always has its connection with 617 Squadron, but did you know it was actually Woodhall Spa where 617 Squadron operated most of their operations. In fact, the Petwood Hotel, as we said, had their officers there. 61 Squadron also made Coningsby its home with the Avro Lancaster. Both 61 and 619 took to the skies in many raids. They lost many aircraft here and men in raids over Berlin, and of course, if you don't know the raid, the Nuremberg raid, an absolute disaster for Bomber Command that day. Carrying on like that probably would have meant the end of Bomber Command. On D-Day, Coningsby took to the skies again. In fact, it was 97 Squadron that returned back to Coningsby, and it was on the night here 18 Lancasters of 97 Squadron took off for their mission over Normandy, and 97 Squadron was amongst the first casualties of D-Day, and it was Zebra flight. I'm just going to check really quickly how far this Typhoon is, so it's playing on my mind. Oh yeah, it's not too far, but I'll be as quick as poss, eh? So yeah, 18 Lancasters of Coningsby, 4 of those failed to return. They were destroyed by SKG-10 and Hauptmann Helmut Eberspacher of SKG-10, who was also an experienced Wilde Sauer, which means wild boar. If you've never heard of that tactic, it's a very interesting tactic, which relies on using your own flak and to illuminate silhouettes of Lancasters, which is why it's so important to know what the moon is doing. I've always said this: the moon can be your friend, could also be your enemy in the battlefield. And sadly, these experienced pilots of the SKG-10 were very clever, and they were ex Wilde Sauer pilots who are so experienced in using the moonlight. And by then the Augsburg raid had already been complete, and they were very used to the weaknesses of a Lancaster. It was usually high from an angle, usually around sort of 10 o'clock and high, to attack the Lancaster from its weak spot. And the reason why they did this, if you imagine cloud, imagine loads of lights, you stick a silhouette of an aircraft there, you see it will give a silhouette. The moonlight really helped bring that up. So these were experienced night fighters, and they took down 4 of the Lancasters from Coningsby, who failed to return. Along with them was Wing Commander Jimmy Carter. So that was you know, a very interesting method that they would use. So the night fighters would also use flares as well, yellow and green flares, to illuminate. You know, at first it seemed like a very radical thing to try and do, to send your night fighters out to find bombers. I mean, you've got to think of the technology then, but they did, and they found ways to do it. One was the Wilde Sauer, the wild boar, and also using flares as well. In 1944, Mosquito squadrons began operating out of Coningsby. And on the 19th of September 1944, 5 Group Command were given a bombing mission to use Mosquitoes for the next mission over Bremen. And it was Guy Gibson who returned and took to the raid, but didn't use a Mosquito at Coningsby. He went to Woodhall Spa. There are lots of questions as to what happened exactly, even down to why he flew KB267, which was a Mosquito of 657 Squadron. The raid went ahead, he completed it, but it wasn't very well according to the sources that I read. But that's irrelevant, because what happened next, Gibson's Mosquito was seen crashing down over Steenbergen at around 22:30 after the raid. He crashed and died over Netherlands. He flew 171 operational missions, shot down 4 enemy aircraft during his time as a night fighter with 29. He was just 26 when he died. 97 and 83 Squadron were operating here, the Avro Lincoln, with further Mosquito squadrons making Coningsby its home in 1946. 109 Squadron also in 1946, and also 139 Squadron. There was also another new era for Coningsby, very heavy bomber, the Boeing Washington. Now, it's not unusual to get aircraft be renamed when it's in operation with either the US Air Force or the Royal Air Force. So, for example, the Boeing Washington was actually a B-29. The Boeing Fortress in the Royal Air Force was called the B-17. You've also got the A-20 Havoc, and I believe the Royal Air Force call it a Boston, right? There we go. So this wasn't unusual. 15 Squadron were operating the B-29, and also 15 Squadron 3 years later went on to fly the very first jet aircraft. That's right, the English Electric Canberra, the legendary Canberra, and it was flown here, and it became the very first jet era for Coningsby in 1953. The Canberra was flown by number 9, 12, 15 and 249 squadrons. And then the 60s, of course, the V Force, and there was an influx in its numbers. There were 9 operational squadrons during the course of the Vulcan, and 1962 saw the arrival here of the Avro Vulcan bomber. But it wasn't to last, it was only for 2 years, and they left for Cottesmore. The Canberra needed to be replaced, and Coningsby was selected to become an OCU and to fully be operational with the legendary TSR-2. Probably the best aircraft that was never built in operational standards, shall we say, or at least in operational use. But sadly, this didn't go ahead. So, with that being scrapped, they bought and purchased an order of F-111K aardvarks. This didn't go ahead. So, 1969, Coningsby changed. It changed into a fighter town. Number 6 Squadron arrived, I think it was from Akrotiri. They came here with the Phantoms. So it was a Phantom base from then on. The FGR2 began to operate out of Coningsby, which most squadrons moved to RAF Wattisham, and it was functioning there as a QRA station. Which is what Coningsby is today. Phantom squadrons were the OCU 228 Squadron. There was 41 fighter, 29 fighter, 23 fighter and 56 fighter. A few years later, the BBMF arrived here in 1976, and there was also Jaguars and Harriers here, operating with number 41 Squadron. Tornado F3 arrived here in 1984. Now, although 17 Squadron received the Typhoon in 2003 to become the first ever squadron to receive and operate the Typhoon, it took them 2 years to get them all trained up and they came here and arrived in 2005 on May the 19th. 17th Squadron brought with them a new era, an aircraft that's still here today, the Eurofighter Typhoon. It was designated a couple of times. I think it was called an F2, and then it became the FGR4. And 29 Squadron followed to become the operational conversion unit. Number 3 and 11 Fighter Squadron arrived, and then in as early as 2020, or as late, depending on how you want to look at it, as late as 2020, it was number 12 Squadron that arrived here. So they're the latest and greatest, shall we say, as well. So that was kind of like an era. And I've been reading the legendary book Typhoon by Mike Sutton, and it's amazing to see a, shall we say, a Jaguar and a Tornado pilot converting to a completely new aircraft. I love that book. If you want to check it out, do read it. It's brilliant. It was almost like, you know, what's this thing? You know, it had that sort of like, I love the grit of that book. I love it. I won't spoil it, but it gives you a chance to have a real mental insight into going from Tornado, which thrived on low level, to something completely off the hook, the Typhoon. It really is, and it's been made well. And like I said, the way it flies, the thrust to weight ratio, it is perfect. It's a natural fighter, but it's also a natural ground attack and reconnaissance aircraft. And the book was really nice because it said about, you know, when a new aircraft has been designed, this means one thing: one is going to leave. And that's the way it's always been. Aircraft improve, technology improves, and then what we're left is a product of what is successful today. And that's the way we should think. Okay, Typhoons, you can now come back now. Let's have a look if we've got any canopies open.
There's no shortage of spiders where we are. They're all over. You've only got to sit for more than 5 minutes and you could be somewhere. Every time.
You alright, buddy? How you doing?
Have you read that book on the economy in the Second World War?
Sorry?
Have you read that book on the economy in the Second World War by Perry?
Nobody's going to pay good money.
6 weeks is about £500. You must buy and read it. This place in the world, they told me.
Yeah, I read a little bit out. I don't know if you heard it. Yeah, I read a little bit out.
I put about what?
I mean, it will take me, I could do a whole show on it, but I can only...
About 100 pages left of it, but what went off here,
Yeah.
and the aircraft, what didn't come back. The aircraft, what just crashed.
Yeah, there was a lot.
Right to this place.
Yeah, there's a lot here.
And the aircraft coming back just disappeared off the radar. Never seen again. But how busy was it here on Woodhall, wasn't it?
Yeah, so Woodhall Spa was its satellite, so they would operate there with the Lancasters because they didn't have the runway, hardened runways here yet, so they split squadrons up into conversion units to train them on the Lancaster because it was 4 engine. So they would operate just down the road. So here comes the Typhoon now, by the way. Yeah.
Come here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right,
All right, buddy. Thank you.
you must
Yeah,
read it. You gotta do it.
I'll have a look at it.
Please do it.
I do know of that book actually. I suppose I could fit another book in my collection.
Yeah, you could pop over lunch. No, I mean...
Oh yeah, tell you what, I forgot to tell you. I forgot to tell you what Roy Chadwick did in the end with his crew at Avro, by the way. So for those, I'll just quickly give you a little recap of what happened. I'll make it quick, because I think we've got more foons coming. So yeah, the as I spoke about, the Avro Manchester with its engines, its 2 Rolls-Royce Vulture engines, letting the aircraft down. The ball bearings would heat up, causing them to catch fire. Even the propellers, they would start to feather and cause all sorts of imbalancing issues. Again, the wingspan was at 90 feet, so it was grounded at several times until it finished in 1942. But while that was going on, Roy Chadwick and his crew at Avro, they put an extra 6 foot either side to bring it to just over 100 foot, 102 feet. He put 4 new engines in his design, and they were the Rolls-Royce Merlin 20 engines. We know about the evolution of the H-tail because it was just up to here with the 3rd central fin. The fin disappeared for the Mark 1A, he stuck an extra 3 meters to give it this beautiful diameter H tail, and it was almost ready. But the name was interesting because it was actually going to be called the Avro Manchester Mark III. PT308 actually went to RAF Waddington as early as January 1941, and it featured again, I don't know why, but Roy Chadwick put a central tail, so we nearly had a Lancaster with 3 tails. Okay, then he brought out another prototype, DG595, and this did away with this, and eventually Christmas Eve, Merry Christmas to 44 Squadron. In 1941 they received, with the name change, the Avro Lancaster Mark I, and that is literally how the Lancaster evolved from a completely failed engine, to be honest, which let it down, but it had a good side, and it was to become the most successful heavy bomber of the Royal Air Force. All right, buddy.
Boy Emperor, or the front shifter, was his nickname.
What's that, sorry?
The Boy Emperor.
Okay. Oh, okay, yeah, oh yes, yeah, okay, yeah, I know who you're talking about, yes. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's probably why I didn't mention anything. Yeah. Yeah, I've read some some interesting things about that.
I've just put in the chat as well. They just put an announcement out about Corporal.
Oh yes, I've just seen, literally just now.
Twice a day.
How we doing? Welcome to the show, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Mark Moody, Chris Bloxham, Margot, Craig Bruce, Ellie J Approach, Chris Lane, oi oi, who's here live and live. How we doing? Mark Moody, Margot, Alex, Black Cat, Mark Dudley. How we all doing? Hope we're good. Jojo, how's it all going? We've got another arrival coming up. We've had a good morning here. Here we go. Oi, oi. Low approach, here we go. Have a little nose at it. Where are you? It is. So we've got Chaos 1-4 heading back. This is my elusive 4-ship. if Chaos 1-4 isn't a 4-ship, then we know that that it was 4 different, or at least different flights that went out on that departure.
Yeah. There's a lot of the sales, you know, because they tell you that 70% of car sales are now electric. Most of them because hire companies, rental companies, company cars, they're sort of pushed by the government to buy electric. I think you get a concession. And it's probably at the moment Hayes bringing his tax now, it's already brought to the government. You knew it was going to happen.
Okay, here we go.
high mileage. The trouble is, I don't know things about daily jacket.
What's it doing over there? Didn't expect that, landing gear over there, but again it's probably an optical illusion of where it's lining up. So just one more out, I think. So one more to come in, I think, and that is our first wave complete.
3 more.
3 more.
There's some over York as well.
Oh yeah.
Chaos 12.
Ah, so I guess they all split up singly then, probably.
It's a good thing, mate. It's a good thing when you lose count.
Yeah.
One coming in.
Oh yeah. Another approach. Look at this. Beautiful, lovely set of circuits here. Training, training, training. Always to be the best. we go. Look at this. Here we go again. With the shadows there, 1 minute it looked like an English electric lightning for a little bit, and the tornado swept wing. Nice illusion there. If you have a little rewind, you can see what I mean. Oh hello, where did you just come from? Reached 94,000 subscribers. What an achievement. Thank you very much for all your support. Thank you very much everyone. 94k, wow. We are now on the road to 95. I can now safely say we're on the road to 95k. very much, everyone. Amazing. Thank you everyone for helping this channel get to 94k. Thank you so much. What an achievement. So 6k is really not far away, is it? But one step at a time. I've always said that, you know, one step at a time. But 6k though, to get to 100k, that's not a lot, is it? And Ted and I would like to thank all of us, all of our viewers. Thank you very much. That's all of you. Thank you very much for supporting the channel. That is amazing. 100k really isn't far away. Just 6k to go, but like I said, one step at a time though. So just 1000k now to get to 95. We are almost there, and it's amazing how you've supported this one and only Ted Coningsby channel to get to where it is. It's just remarkable, and just a big salute to all of you. So thank you so much for doing that. It's just I'm just lost for words. We're going to go and have some tea and tiffin in style for getting to 94k. Amazing. Thank you all so much. Canopy's up as well, so that's a good start. Let's go and quickly eat something, Teddy.
it was £4. Well, the shop's open late.
Oh yeah, you alright?
Hello there.
How's it going?
Alright, I thought you were going to be in the bar for during the week. You go to the wet and bring your own one. Yeah. I don't know where you could tie my last t-shirt.
Sure.
He's been following you for a long while.
Oh, I know.
What's that's not a blank check?
That's a good point. But on the white, maybe I can put it in the end.
That's what I'm thinking, yeah.
Yeah, I could probably do that. Alright, no worries. Let me see if I can sort that out. Yeah, that'll work.
Just going to have to wash that.
Ted?
You're going to take,
There
can
you
you
go.
just put to Joseph?
I'll put it on the O, yeah?
Yeah, on the own, yeah, that's fine.
To Joseph.
Joseph.
J-O-S.
O-E.
Yep.
H. Joseph.
J-O-E-S-E-T-H.
E-P, of course, yeah.
J-O-E.
E-P-H.
S. J-O-E-S. E-P-H.
Yes, yeah, Joseph. H.
Yep. We are writing it in a really weird.
Oh, no,
there you go.
yeah, that's right.
We are writing it inverted.
Can I have a picture with you?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. Yeah, sure, no problem
I'm
at all.
going to head off and do the tour.
Thanks very much indeed.
You're welcome. Right, where are we going? Just here? All right, no problem at all. You're welcome.
Thank you very
And
much.
enjoy.
Very quiet today. Or is it like always like this? Slow.
Oh, it's been good.
Early this morning.
Oh, it was good. Yeah, it's been pretty good this morning. Yeah.
You got to, like you say, you got to get up at the crack of dawn.
Lozzie now, when we went out there, we turned over at half 4. About an hour later, F-35s, and then the Typhoons came in formation, touchdown, done that about
Four times?
Four times.
Four or 5 times. It just kept. One of them came in, and then we decided he was like from here to the fence. Do you know what I mean? It's like really close. Yeah, so that was really good. But no, we've come up from Stevenage, Hampden.
Enjoy. Well, I hope it's good. It will be. You have a good time. There's an action there, so. Nice.
See you later.
Sure, one sec. How you doing? All right.
Cheap, but it's always handy.
No worries. How things up?
Another business idea, mate. 10 hour
It's not been
been too bad today, I didn't think.
Good, yeah, very good. No, canopies are up now, so wave 2 coming up. Normally I'm quick enough to say some Ted or something, but Ted stopped.
Is she? Yeah, so she seemed one like she wanted to get yeah. You just have to ask her what.
See ya. Yes. Alright.
That's mega.
Mega. But I'll still pull it my little channel. I'll just keep that going.
Just think what you'll be this time next year.
I don't have to take a beat. Wow.
You'll be able to talk to you, you'll have SIA around you, security.
Wow. Yeah, that's
What's that smoke at the end of the runway?
Yeah, I've just seen. It looks like it's over. It looks like the field. I remember I saw a stack of wood in the farmer's field. Well, like, oh, yeah, were you here for that one? Remember?
No, but I've seen them.
Yeah.
You know, she doesn't mind if that's it,
It's just 6 away from 100k, which is insanely realistic.
Are you going to do something special for 100? Or,
I think I should, yeah.
I think
A
so.
live stream at Heathrow. And they've all heard that now.
Give it 20 minutes and you'll be bored.
I wouldn't know what they were anyway. I didn't have a clue. I actually would not. See, that's the thing, it's not my field, but...
This one's got 2 engines, this one's got 4. I don't know what they are.
It's a big one. Don't worry, we're not going to Heathrow, don't worry. For those concerned, no, don't worry, it's fine, it was just a joke. Or is it? Or is it? How we doing, ladies, shens and teddy bears? Well, 94k, wow. United. Oh, thank you very much everyone for the support again, just to reiterate how amazing that is. Well, the bear that wanted to fly the channel that was little, the bear flew, the channel grew. That rhymes, didn't mean it to, but it did, and that rhymed a bit as well. Amazing. Teddy, you're right, mate. Let's get your RAFN sign. RAFN sign, there we go. Smith, congratulations on 12 months membership. 12 months already, amazing. Thank you, Nikos, and everyone involved in TCS for all the hard work. Guards March, thank you very much. And Christopher Carr celebrating 25 months. Time flies when you're having fun. Totally agree. Gary Brown, member for 30 months. Wow, 2.5 years already. Keep up the good work, Ted, Nikos and the gang. Thank you very much. Margot, thank you very much for the super sticker. Guards March. High five to Simon Wadshorn. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. DJ Sonic Sense. High five. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership as well. Christopher Neal, 7 months membership. Oi oi, 7 months of being a member of the best community TCS. Oi oi! That was awesome. Ali Leyland, thank you very much for your super chat. Guards March. Margot, thank you as well for the super sticker. Guards March. Craig Bruce, thank you very much with your 28 months membership. He's put congrats on the 94k. A long way from 8k. And that's when I was with, I think it was just myself, Ted, Craig and Clive Bruce in the field at Lakenheath. I think it was just literally just the 3 of us and a bear. And it was 8k, I think it was February, wasn't it? It was amazing. That was good memories. DJ Sonic Sense, thank you very much for the super chat. Guards March. Aberrant Owl celebrating 26 months. Congratulations on 94k, just brilliant. Oh man, it is. Wibbs, congrats on 94k subscribers to your little channel. Amazing filming, history and education. Keep it up, Ted. See you at Cosford. See you at Cosford, Wibbs. Aspen, thank you very much. Congratulations on 94k. Thank you very much, brother man. Thank you so much for that. Wee Stevie Boy, high five and a paw pump for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. Guys, thank you very much for that. That is awesome. Thank you so much.
Oh, finger roll. What fingers?
And wow, what can we say? And we've got an interesting week this week. All right, and this is the other thing as well. The weather is all over the shop this week.
Just in case I needed them.
It's and right, I've just had some. Hang on, 1 second. Right, Lady Shen's teddy bears. Okay, we can do this. Right, okay, I think we can do it. I think we can do this, Ted. Let me see if I can sort this out. Right, Lady Shenton Teddy Bears. So, if anyone is tuned in, Ted and I have just had some extremely upsetting news. And we will... Ted and I would like to do a minute's silence in just a moment. We've just had some very sad news. And it's with regret to announce the passing of Corporal Rebecca Hudson of the Royal Air Force Police here at Coningsby, who sadly and tragically passed away on Friday, the 23rd of May 2025. And it's just been released, and from all of us at the Ted Coningsby channel, our thoughts and prayers to Rebecca's family and friends at Royal Air Force Coningsby. And I just would like to just dedicate a 1 minute silence, ladies, gents and teddy bears. We've only just seen this today, and I think it's only been released today. And we will start our 1 minute silence now. Thank you. Okay, in the distance we can see pilots making their way to the Typhoons. Hello, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. We're live here at RAF Coningsby, and welcome to the new 94K channel, which is remarkable. Now this part of the base is home to 29 Squadron, the operational conversion unit, and throughout the history, from operational training units, heavy glider conversion units, heavy conversion units, and beam approach training units, training has always dedicated a unit to a particular aircraft. We've mentioned this at RAF Lakenheath through RAF Lossiemouth's number 20 operational training unit, who were training airmen on a particular aircraft. Today we have one unit that will train personnel on one particular or type of aircraft. For example, the Typhoon. To qualify and train on the Typhoon, you come here with number 29 operational conversion unit. If you want to train on the F-35B, then you go to RAF Marham and train with number 207 Squadron. If you want to train and fly the E7 Wedgetail or the P8 Poseidon, then you will go to RAF Lossiemouth with number 42 Torpedo Squadron, who are the operational conversion unit for those two aircraft. For the heavies at Bryce Norton, you will then fly with number 24 operational conversion unit. They will train you on the latest and greatest heavies, such as the C-17 and the A400 respectively. So there's always a operational conversion unit for a type of aircraft. Hope that makes sense. When it comes to frontline level, that is. And just to bring it up, 28 Squadron are the OCU for the Chinook, based at RAF Benson. So 29 Squadron, as we mentioned, they're the OCU, Operational Conversion Unit. This is where new pilots who have passed their fast jet training in the Advanced Flying Training course at RAF Valley, and these pilots would be awarded wings, and the pilots, after a year and a half flying the Hawk T2, which they previously had experience in the Texan at RAF Valley, now have a career path to take. And as we mentioned, if it is the F-35B, it is 207 Squadron at Marham, or if it's the Typhoon, it's here. Now, before we go into detail of the pilot's training path with the Typhoon, it is also important to mention that this part of the base as well at 29 is where they also train line engineers, weapons conversion training, maintenance, literally all aspects of the Typhoon from the ground to the air. And we cannot go without mentioning BAE Systems, who develop the software for the ground school and also the avionics that go into the Typhoon, which also teach and train the new generation of pilots. Now, 29 Squadron is of course made up of qualified flying instructors, QFI for short, and it's to assist them with the training in a hands-on student instructor type of approach. And in just 3 months, or even 3 to 4 months to be exact, a pilot will become frontline combat ready Typhoon pilot. Now, before a new pilot gets to fly the aircraft, the first thing is getting to know the Typhoon, and this is done with the ground school operational course developed by BAE Systems. Now, these new pilots who are destined to have a frontline fighter pilot career already know how to fly, so they are professionals in that respect, but the course will teach them to become competent Typhoon pilots. This course lasts up to 8 weeks, and to mention that to fully train a frontline fighter pilot used to take a lot more than 3 to 4 months. I think more realistically 6 to 9 months, I think it was, in that respect. So 8 weeks of training in this course, and we'll prepare them for their first solo flight by teaching them the Typhoon systems as well as how to fly it, familiarizing them with the cockpit as well, procedures, the unique G-suit, again all part of the training. All aspects will be covered also. Then there is the power experience. So sometimes you'll see the two-seater go out and it will do a performance takeoff. It could be the first time a pilot has actually gone into a Typhoon and taken off in one in the back, because this will probably be the most powerful aircraft they would have experienced in their career at that time. So they'll be strapped in the back, and a full reheat will be on. And the QFI will whack that on, and it will give the student pilot the opportunity to actually experience how powerful the aircraft is. Just a quick one, did you know that Typhoon pilots have to carry out emergency simulation every 60 days to be allowed to go flying? It's all part of the process. Now, after 4 months, it is time for the solo flight time. Now, most QFIs will tell you that this is very, very strange, nerve-wracking, and of course, they must be feeling on edge because they're about to send someone on their own in a Typhoon for the first time. But just to take off the pressure, the first time they get into a Typhoon, they actually don't fly it. And we were fortunate enough to see this happen live, where the student pilot for the first time will get into the Typhoon, and all they'll do on their first day is just taxi around the Typhoon. They won't actually take off. So they'll do a couple of taxi runs, and this will be a few circuits around the main ASP to a specific taxi holding point and back again. And we were able to catch this. But then again, once this is done, the work's not over. It's time for their first ever flight, which, like I said, to a QFI, it's absolutely scary. Then it's a lot of sim work, and then the real thing. Then they start to fly the thing. Sim work, fly the thing. And every time they're about to do something in the real world of flying, they will do it first of all in the sim, which still goes on today. Now, this is the other thing. So it's all very well, but how do you actually pass to become fully qualified into frontline? The nature of it is aerial combat. The nature of everything is air superiority. Two things: to have the latest and greatest, and there's aircraft taxiing, which will go round now, and it's to dominate the skies, right, and protect the UK. So to do that, you need to be able to be good at aerial combat. And literally, they will fly in an aerial combat exam. Basically, they're taking off, and what they've got to do in a set amount of time, they need to get a lock onto their QFI. All right, they need to go and get a lock on their supervisor. They need to do it, because if they don't, they will fail their course. So ultimately, this is what it's all about. It is all about aerial combat, air superiority, and to defend the nation. And to do that, you need to have the best defense. So they will do that exactly, and they will be timed on that. If they do it and complete it, they will then be qualified and passed on the Typhoon. Cool. Not just 2, but 3. Well, we started off in the morning with number 12 Squadron. Well, we start the next wave with number 12 Squadron again. Hey man, how you doing? You alright?
I saw you at Mildenham 2 weeks ago.
Mildenhall?
Mildenhall.
Yeah?
Yeah.
How's it going? Alright?
Yeah, fine. You alright?
Yeah, good, thank you.
Good.
All good.
You keep busy.
Yeah, all good, mate. Just trying to remember this, where is it? Wickenby, is it? Yeah, it is. If you ever get a chance, there's try going to Wickenby airfield. It's just north. I think, to be exact, I think northwest. Is it northwest of Lincoln? No, northeast. Got my bearings wrong there. Northeast. If you go and check, it is an active airfield today. But number 12 Squadron were operating the Lancasters there. I need to get myself back because I've lost some footage that I had of there, which is a bit of a shame. But what stood out is the way they made the memorial there. And number 1 Group Bomber Command between 1942 and 1945, and between number 12 and 626 squadrons together, they lost 1,080 men just at RAF Wickenby. Here we go. So 3 more to leave the floor. Doctor, how you doing? Yes, our high-vis vests are actually certified, so you can actually use them in France and other countries that need the CE badge on them and certified. Here we go. It. Oh, here we go. We'll leave it like that, yeah. They were pretty... Ted, it's gone, mate. Ted, they're gone. Ted. And that just shows off exactly what I'm talking about with the thrust to weight ratio of the Typhoon. Empty, 22,000 pounds or thereabouts. Thrust, 40,000 pounds. That's 2 EJ200 engines at 20,000 pounds of thrust each with reheats or afterburner. So even fully loaded, fully fueled at 38,000 pounds, it's close to 40,000, so it will give a 1:1 thrust to weight ratio. So the less you have on it, you can do things like this in just 8 seconds from releasing the brakes. Depending on the pilot, can reach about 185 miles per hour with not even reaching the arrestor cable. 8 seconds can pull into a 50 degree, 60 degree into the vertical climb, and then 22 seconds later it's capable of being supersonic. I mean, there's the power right there. 3 PTOs just like that. Number 12 squadron there. Beautiful. So start like we start the second wave just like we did, except with an extra PTO. So I kind of gradually zoomed in on each 3. So I did you a wide so you can appreciate the climb rate. 2 a little bit medium, and then 3 just went all in. You know how it is. Vandal by name, vandal by nature. Love it, love it. Nice one, Mark. Absolutely. So 5 performance takeoffs today, which is incredible. 4 ship, we did have it in the morning. What else we had? We had the return. We had plenty of circuits as well. We had the DA4, is it the DE42 Diamond? That came here today as well. We even saw the Embraer J145. Brilliant. Oh, don't go anywhere. We still got a few more to go yet. So, plenty more startups to go. Oh. Performance takeoffs, of course, can be, you know, reasons for them for many reasons why they choose to do it. If you need to get to a certain flight level quick, if you need to be somewhere quick, if there are issues with the runway and you need to get off that runway quick, and you can do it. Say for example a damaged runway further down on the battlefield, in a scramble, in an attack, if you're in a tactical method, if there are barriers, if there's too much traffic around you and you need to get somewhere quick. But of course all this needs to be approved by air traffic controllers, so you can't just go out and do one. It needs to be, can be requested. And they're cleared to whichever flight level they've been cleared to do so. So for example, if the air traffic controller cleared them to a flight level of 170, 17,000 feet, then that's how high they will go. Yeah, that's not a bad shout. 3 PTOs for 94k. Yep, definitely, Chris. Agree with that. Seems fitting. Also, for those wondering on an operational level why they would do a PTO, then go and refuel straight away, it's so they can have maximum fuel already up at that altitude. Okay, so that's why they do it on an operational level. They will burn all that fuel just to get to the tanker, so when they fill up, they are completely full of fuel and away they go. So if you needed to be at 35,000 feet operationally, you get up there, you refuel, and you've now got a full tank of fuel and you're already at 35,000 feet on your next mission or training or whichever it is you're going to do. So that's why. Aspen, what up? How we doing? Hope you're good.
Yeah, I was going to tell you, but then you start going, oh, this is a surprise. It's not very often. Most I've seen is 2.
In a day, that's really good. Good there, 5 PTOs. Right, we got Typhoons taxiing for departure. So I've got 2 more, 3 more, and everything else that's spooling in the background. Eight-stage compressor in the EJ200 engines. That's 3 low-pressure compressor, along with a 5 high-pressure compressor. Compresses the air 26 times with a very low bypass at 0.4 to 1. See another 4 canopies up. This looks good. Okay, here we go. So we've got three more Typhoons going out for departure. The Typhoon FGR4 of the Royal Air Force United, called different things in other countries as well. The F2000A Typhoon in Italy. You've got the Typhoon Eurofighter in Spain, and you've got the EF2000 Eurofighter in Germany. Okay, here we go. That's right, here we go. Rack 'em up. Even just on the takeoff, they just look so agile. It's phenomenal. So other countries, other than the four that I mentioned, Germany, Italy, Spain, Britain, Austria also uses them, Kuwait, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia as well. First flight of the Typhoon, 27th of March 1994. First introduced on the 4th of August 2003. And of course every country had its introduction at later dates or different dates. In 2002, Austria selected the Typhoon as its new air defence aircraft. On the 4th of August 2003, it was the German Air Force that accepted its first series production Eurofighter, markings 30+03, starting the replacement process of the MiG-29s. The Italian Air Force had the F-2000 Typhoon on the 16th of December 2005, reached initial operational capability, IOC. The Kuwaiti Air Force had their Typhoons on the 11th of September 2015. The Qatari Emiri Air Force from January 2011. The Qatari Emiri Air Force evaluated the Typhoon alongside the F-18s and the F-15s as well. For the UK, the first Typhoon development aircraft, DA-2 ZH-588, that made its first ever maiden flight on the 6th of April 1994 at Warton. And on the 1st of September 2002, number 17 was reformed at Warton, and they brought the Typhoon here on the 19th of May 2005. During the 2008 Farnborough Air Show, it was announced that Oman was in an advanced stage of discussions to order the Typhoons as a replacement for their Jaguar aircraft, and it was on the 21st of December 2012 that the Royal Air Force of Oman became the Typhoon's 7th customer, when BAE and Oman announced an order of 12 Typhoons to enter the service in 2017. 2006, the Saudi Arabia the Royal Saudi Air Force confirmed it had agreed to purchase 72 Typhoons for the Royal Saudi Air Force. And the first ever Royal Saudi Air Force Typhoon made its maiden flight at Warton Aerodrome, 22nd of October 2008. And the delivery of the 24 Tranche 2 Typhoons delivered to Saudi Arabia on the by 2011. The Spanish production Eurofighter Typhoon production flight happened on the 17th of Feb 2003. And they assigned their Typhoons to QRA responsibilities in Spain, July 2008. Here we go. Now that this Typhoon that you can see here, Ted's flown in that one on the 17th of June 2023 for the fly past, and Ted flew in the CR formation. Ted was in the letter R for the King's birthday fly past, troop in the colour, which is coming up again next week, I think it is. Flown in ZK381 last year as well for the memorial flights. He's been in that aircraft a couple of times, Ted, and I think it's the world's only 4-seater Typhoon, if I remember correctly. Right, 2 more Foons. There we go. So, taxi holding point. And we'll wait for clearance for departure. We'll either have a line up and wait or roll in, go. Let's have a look. How you doing? And what makes me laugh about that, not Captain Baber, it was a photo in the newspapers of King Charles waving formation, and all I can think about is that he is actually technically waving at Ted, and I thought that was brilliant. So I do find that really, really humbling, really, to have the King waving, knowing that Ted's in that aircraft. I thought that was good. So Ted's flown for King and country. Interestingly, on Ted's flight log, there is his very first flight missing from there, which was the maiden flight of Blackjack. I don't know why that's not on there actually. It's a bit odd. I'll have to sort that out for Ted. Sorry, Ted. I've only just seen that. There is a missing flight off that. Here we go. Send it, here we go. them, so I doubt they'll be going out. This will though. Looks like the lights on there. Bye. Oi, oi. So it looks like we've got a couple of ground runs going on as well. So ground crew training going on, lots of important stuff going on with the ground crew, of course. Oh, this looks good. Looking at the steps. Helmet for the Typhoon pilot is custom made. They will have a BAE Systems do some, for better words, sort of laser engineering. They have a very special piece of equipment that measures the whole face so that each helmet fits onto the pilot like a glove, shall we say, but in this case like a helmet in the face. So that doesn't really make any sense, but you know what I mean. It's been designed to be specific to that pilot, so very clever stuff. Inside the Typhoon, it does the actual seating is memory foam. Trust me, I've sat in two of them. Actually very comfortable in the Typhoon. And no, I didn't take off in it. Oh dear. Happy birthday to Saint Lee. Hope you enjoyed the air show. Mike Roger, G Van Pulliam, Mike's Nick Samuels, how you doing? Hope you're good. LEJ Approach watching from Germany. Margot from Edinburgh. Summer Mottron, how you doing? Hope you're good. Captain A, what up, man? Looking forward to seeing some of your photos this year. See what we can come out with. May even do a special calendar with your very unique photography, Rich. Chris Westbrook, how you doing? G Van Pulliam, Paul M. Hennings, Mark Garwood. It's that time of year. Bucky Photography, how we doing? Let's have a look what else we got. So just a few more departures before we finish off and depart ourselves. Coming up to that time of the day now where we finish up. Fit in a couple more departures, like I said, before we finish up. Not sure if we're going to get any arrivals before we finish up for the day. Oi, oi! Lovely, Bowser crew, how you doing? Thanks for topping up the foons. The food, basically, for the aircraft, eh? The food, the fuel. Without the Bowsers, without the ground crew, without everyone on the ground there, no. Okay, pilots walked off. Let's have a look. So is this electric? No. That's so cool.
Especially with like, you know, like your Android Auto as well.
It's amazing. I've never seen it. I've seen bits as I'm driving along. I'm like, oh, cool, what's that? That's amazing, eh? Cool. Right. Let's see what we got. Okay, so probably not going, that one. That might be going. Check ADSB, see if we've got anything coming in. Lilo Doublefly, I've just literally, oh, wow, Lilo Doublefly, wow, 50 Ted Coningsby memberships have just been gifted by Lilo Doublefly. Wow. We're gonna have to do a very big celebration. I'll tell you what, Lilo Doublefly, thank you so much, and I'll tell you what, I'll dedicate this departure for you. For that, that's just amazing. Thank you very much for that. It's very generous of you. Thank you so much for your support, making 50 new recruits to the Ted Coningsby channel in the squadron. That is amazing. Thank you so much. And Lilo Doublefly, I'd like to dedicate, not only will you get your Guards March, but I'll dedicate the first departure to you for that. Amazing. That is. Thank you so much for that. That is just, the generosity on this channel is just phenomenal, it really is. Those that have just joined, or those that have been gifted memberships, you will not be disappointed with all the perks that you get, all levels. As a minimum, and I mean as a minimum, you'll get the custom emojis, members only live streams, members only videos, members only posts, and then you'll get access to our Discord server as a member, because we only do members only Discord servers. You can communicate and chat with other Ted Coningsby members in the same community, in a safe environment. Again, the spanner flight will look after that, as well as the chat room here, as a minimum. And of course, you'll also be able to get your discount code for our online store. There are various discounts available for our members only. Skills from BA Systems. Fair play getting it in that gap. That was a bit of good reversing in that little gap between those barriers. Skills. Two on this flight, let's have a look. Here we go. Well, what a day we've had, eh? Had a good time together. I hope you've all enjoyed today. It's been a great one. Thank you very much, everyone, for the support today. It's been absolutely outstanding, and we have reached an amazing 94k subscribers today. It's amazing. Chris Westbrook, high five, Guards March. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Thank you so much for your support. Guards March to you. Thank you very much. And Linda Stegenga, thank you very much. High five, Paw Pump, and a salute for 50 Ted Coningsby memberships gifted. We have 50 new squadron members now. Infinity Girl, Guards March for joining the Ted Coningsby squadron. A Guards March, thank you very much. Lundy Gruffalo with 28 months membership. Who's asking about the hanger? What, the big one? Well, it does have some history here, so potentially, I mean, you've got the BBMF in some of them, so not too sure. Mark Moody, thank you very much. Told you 94k today. Fair play, boss. Thank you very much, and the Guards March to you. So yeah, those hangars there, I mean, they do have Typhoons in them, but I know what you mean. They are extremely big. I mean, I don't know how old that hangar is, but don't forget Lancaster, Canberra, Phantoms, Vulcans. Colin Patterson as well, member for 18 months. All you everyone, 18 months already. Big congrats on 94k. Sorry I didn't get on the streams much these days. No problem at all. Mark Moody, thank you very much. Hope you're good. That's good. G-Man Pulliam. Mayhem Marshy, how you doing? Oi to Hayden. I better sort Ted's flight. Ted, I'm so sorry. Your maiden flight Blackjack ZJ914 is not on there, and I don't know why. We've had this before where it's just disappeared. Oh dear, the gremlins. Dear, oh dear. Right, well that is us done for the day. I think we can call this a day. It's been that busy we didn't even get to see the other bears. But there we go. Well, ladies and teddy bears, thank you all so much. Hope you've enjoyed today. It's been a really good day actually. Been extremely busy, and 5 performance takeoffs with a 4 ship in the end. So I want to say a massive thank you to RAF Coningsby. Thank you very much. A salute to all at the base, thank you very much. And of course, all our viewers, thank you so much for making this channel what it is. It's been amazing. So Ted and I will head back and get ready for the next one. And we'll see where we're going to be tomorrow. It's planning in Cranwell. Okay, but the rest of the week is all over the place. The weather, we're literally dodging clouds, but Cranwell it is tomorrow. I know, pretty cool, isn't it? Hopefully it'll be all right. Hopefully the wind isn't as bad as what it's making out to be. So there we go. So thank you very much. My name's Nikos. I've been your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby, and you've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Coningsby. So for the last time for today, see you soon. Wish you well. All right, let's hit the button, Ted. Let's go and get that salmon you wanted, mate. Salmon and chips? No? Salmon? Okay, mate, just salmon it is. Yeah, ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up and yeah. Take it away, Ted. Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 exciting membership levels with awesome YouTube perks to reward you back for your support. Our first level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Squadron. You'll get a loyalty badge on YouTube, unique TCS emojis that you can use on comments and live streams, members only videos which include behind the scenes, deleted scenes, sneak previews and also music videos that Ted likes to play the electric guitar on. You'll also get access to members only Discord server and discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All of this for just $1.99 a month. Oh yeah. Our second level of membership is the Posh Officers Club. This includes all of the squadron perks, private Posh Officers Discord chat room, Posh Officers discounts on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise, and the poshness of supporting the TCS even more. This is just £4.99 a month. Our third level was inspired by many of our fans who have been supporting the channel massively. So we'd love to reward you back with this, and our third level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron. This gives you a more personal experience with me and Ted, with exclusive live streams and content. You'll get a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch, a private Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron Discord chat room, a gold colour Discord username, and a higher discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All this for just $25.99 a month. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, the Ted Coningsby channel cannot thank you enough for all your support. And it's this support that keeps the dream, keeps the stream. Thank you so much. Oh yeah.
Golf India, Bryce 31.
Go, guys.